what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Moravia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to trust you just when you ain't know. Just don't trust for. You want to get a news content, don't trust for. You want to know what is happening more, don't trust for. Politicians want to make their decision, just don't trust for. You want to know what is happening in the ministry, don't trust for. Yeah, don't trust for. Yeah, don't trust for. You from Punjab, don't trust for. Yeah, don't trust for. Every Indian man, my brother, don't trust for. You got a small TV, you got a small radio, don't trust for. Yeah, don't trust for. You want to get a nose of it, don't trust for. Yeah, Rastafari. Kiribaba, 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 kiribaba. What I want? Yes, everybody. Yes, what you got?
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEO, stand on with the small. And your boy, right in the south, man. On the way. To get your information. To get my information.
I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Moravia. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to trust you just when you ain't know. If they can't cry for salvation, just don't trust for. You want to get a news content, don't trust for. You want to know what is happening more, don't trust for. Politicians want to make their decision, just don't trust for. You want to know what is happening in the ministry, don't trust for. Yeah, don't trust for. Yeah, don't trust for. You from Punjab, don't trust for. Yeah, don't trust for. Every Indian man, my brother, don't trust for. You got a small TV, you got a small radio, don't trust for. Yeah, don't trust for. You want to get a nose of it, don't trust for. Yeah, Rastafari. Kiribaba, 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 kiribaba. What I want? Yes, everybody. Yes, what you got? Ba-da-ba-de-da-de-da. Skiddy-dee-dee-da-ba-do.
Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, stand tall with the spoon, and your boy riding the south and man.
I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to trust you and know. If they can't crying for salvation, just don't trust for. You want to get a new start, my brother, don't trust for. You want to know what is happening, my brother, don't trust for. Politicians want to make their decision.
Virtual DJ.
You want to know what happening in the ministry, don't trust for. Yeah, don't trust for. Yeah, don't trust for. You from Guatemala, don't trust for. Yeah, don't trust for. Every weekend, my brother, don't trust for. You got a small TV, you got a small radio, don't trust for. Yeah, don't trust for. You want to get a new started, don't trust for. Yeah, Rastafari. Kiribaba, kiribaba, kiribaba. Kiribaba, kiribaba, kiribaba. What I want? Yes, I yes,
Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, stand tall with the spoon, and your boy riding the south and man. On the beat.
To get your information. To be
I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to trust you and know. If they can't crying for salvation, just don't trust for. You want to get a new start, my brother, don't trust for. You want to know what is happening, my brother, don't trust for. Politicians want to make their decision just to school. You want to know what happening in the ministry to school. Yeah, to school. Yeah, to school. You from Panjama, Maryland to school. Yeah, to school. If you eat get my regular, my brother to school. You got a small TV, you got a small radio to school. Yeah, to school. You want to get a news on to school. Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibaba, kilibaba, kilibaba. Kilibaba, kilibaba, kilibaba. What I want? It's why you got it. It's why you got it.
Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, stand on with the spoon. And your boy, right at the south of man. On the beat.
To get your information. To be part
I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to school you and know. Everybody for salvation, just to school. You want to get a news content, to school. You want to know what is happening more to school. Politicians make their decision just to school. You want to know what happening in the ministry to school.
Indeed, in case you want to know what's happening across the country, just tune to Spoon. When the politicians are about to make the decision, when the policy makers want to speak or engage with the citizens, this is where we dish it out to you. I'd like to welcome all of you to today's edition of the program. This is Spoon Talk. We're live across the Spoon Network, Spoon FM 107.5. We're live on Fabric and Super, thanks to Voice of Liberia for relaying the show always. Many thanks to hosts of radio stations across Liberia that will most times relay the show even without telling us. We appreciate all of you for being a part of this journey, making sure that Liberians, irrespective of where they are, can get the information in real time. I also want to appreciate our radio audience, those of you who make up time to listen to Spoon Talk every night, and the many of you who get to come on, watch the show, share your thoughts in the comment section. We appreciate all of you for being here tonight. Yes, this edition of the program promises to be very, very, very informative. A lot happening across the country. This is exactly the right place to be. This is the right time. My name is Nelson Colette. We're going to go straight to the phone line, take your calls, and know exactly what your thoughts are. As we always do, dedicating the first segment of Spoon Talk to you, so you get to speak out on those different issues that have concern to you. So thanks for joining us tonight. And I'd like to welcome all of you to this edition of Spoon Talk. Let's go to the phone line, 0777-771-1075. I'm going to put a WhatsApp up as well that you can call and be a part of the program. Let's take our very first caller here tonight. Hello.
Good evening.
Good evening. Live. Let's hear your name and where you're joining us from.
Thank you.
My man, you tired? You far away from your phone? What's going on? You're coming in very, very low.
No, maybe yeah.
Yeah, please go ahead. Let's hear you.
I said, my name is Degu and I'm a member of Unity Party Intellectual Bureau. I invite you tonight.
So go ahead. Let's hear you.
Nancy, what is funny, man? What is on my mind is get to do with free protest tomorrow. Nancy, I want to get the caveat to move on. If tomorrow now it now show nothing, you will now organize protest or not different. It will be different possible now.
If tomorrow not do what? If what is not happen tomorrow?
If it not tomorrow again, because I tell protest that I organize by day 1 May. And one person can't get me this peace.
So listen. What exactly do you want to happen tomorrow?
No, listen, because according to them, they say they get a plan, right? There's something that going on in the country. They want for the government will reach justice.
Yeah.
So you can be one person can just be disturbing the peace with no, because why you protesting for?
All right, thank you. Thank you for your input.
For?
Let's hold you there. This person, hello, your name and where you joining us from?
Good evening, Nelson.
Hello, let's hear you.
Thank you. My name is Levi Sandy, and this evening I'm fully from Chikitu Factory, a proud member of Concerned Librarian for Justice. Nelson, what is on my mind this evening is the issue of the Aston case. Lord, Nelson, the country belongs to every one of us. If the government does not have evidence against those guys like in prison, let it free them. Because they are poor children. You say, come on, they high call him, Augustine Fire. They posted here that they have evidence, international evidence. Why is it today? We are going to 2 years, and you keep people for children in jail. And even the court told them at the time that they should take the people all a year for treatment. Up to the time they still keeping them in jail. It is not fair. The country belongs to everyone. Let them provide the evidence that yes, indeed, the former speaker have burned the building. Then up to the time you just keep your people, you keep them in suspense, you keep the entire country in suspense. Fire. Where are your evidence?
Thank you.
Nothing, please give me 1 minute. Let me get there.
Okay, land quick.
Okay, I come in there. You told us that you got the evidence. We want the evidence, Fire. Try and fast track your case. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your input. Hello, your name and where you joining us from. Let's hear you. Okay, seeing we lost that person. Let's take another one here. Hello. Okay, so keep your calls coming to 0555. That's 0777-771-1075. Hello.
Nelson. Yeah. Good evening, Nelson.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can get you.
Okay, you're live from the 0555 line. Let's hear you.
Yeah, my name is Shea Alandi Dodo. I'm from Brazil, from Concerned Sons of Nima.
Let's hear you quickly.
Yes. My concern has to do with the reconciliation process that took place the other day between the two sons of Nima. I want to be very grateful to God and very much appreciated to the sitting vice president for playing a fatherly role. And I'm also calling on the mother of the country, the superintendent. Let me say happy birthday to her. But I'm appealing to her that she join the father in the house, the vice president, so that we all can be able to reconcile the country to be able to move forward.
Thank you very much for your input. Hello, your name and where you joining us from?
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Hello. Hello, can you hear me? Okay, so let's bring this person in. Hello.
Yeah, how you doing?
You're live. Let's hear you.
Yeah, anyway, this is Patrick now, man.
Patrick, now go ahead.
Yeah. My two concern here is, Nelson, the first thing is that the Aston case. let's see, you know, what thing get worry me is that why and wants to keep the children in prison when they don't have no evidence on them. Just imagine every time I can see on my own where I don't know anything about anybody, anything when somebody can lie on me. Yeah, that just how like case looking that men they get lie on them, they get in that place, and no one to talk for them.
But how you know that lie?
That is lie. Yeah, the lie on the guy next week. Seriously. And my second issue is the protest. The United Party should not be worried about that protest. That protest will go on tomorrow.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for your input. Hello.
Good evening, my dear brother.
Good evening. Let's hear you quickly.
Okay, I want to speak to Mr. Waterspoon. I want to speak to him because he's our last hope. When it comes to this drug issue, he's the last hope for some of us, because if he leave the drug story, the story die down, because the story is already dying down. Because some people that play key role into this thing that people know their name was mentioned and they carry them today, they are marching the principal street of Monrovia and nothing is happening to them. They carry by owner, the guy is free, he's moving around, he's doing his normal thing, and this story is dying down because that guy knows the key player of this whole drug episode. So they don't want to hold him because they know that when they hold him high, he will cause some name that will shut down this everybody. So what does shouldn't be this story? We're begging him, we hold it too, we begging, we need that, we begging.
Thank you very much for your input. Let's keep your calls coming to 0555 101075. 0555 101075 is the number to call. You'll be live. Hello.
Yeah, good evening, Nelson.
Good evening. It's good to have you. Let's hear you.
The story of the Marco King. This is fast to come back. Doing your wireless list, your international listen to media platform.
Let's hear you.
The kind of the unity, I think, several think tanks that speak on diluted to power. Yeah, what specifically on my mind this evening, it has to do with the issue of the job sucker, you know. Then I think that will not go away anytime soon, because it is something that is it'll be trending in the media landscape for protracted period for some time. So we as intellectuals, we are duty bound to weigh in on it. The 19 million drug saga is on the government now has taken charge of the taking seize of the matter. Evident by the litigation process are ongoing with one of the lead suspects in this case, which is Paul King. Now he has been arraigned in court to answer the hard question when it comes to his involvement into the saga, including another suspect that is considered as a prime suspect in the saga. That alone should send a signal that this government remains very committed when it comes to weeding the Bureau of drugs.
Thank you.
Hello?
Thank you. Let's hold you there. Let's take another person. Hello. This person. Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, please be audible a bit. Your name and where you joining from.
My name is Lion. It's from EAW.
Let's hear you quickly.
Yeah, what's on my mind? I believe the United Party.
You're coming in very low, sir.
Protest and focus on government.
I'm sorry, we can't keep you on. You're coming in very, very low. Hello. Hello.
Good evening.
Good evening. It's good to have you on. Let's hear you.
Yeah, Nelson. Calling from district number 10. I got two concerns. I don't know whether my two concerns will be raised, but the first one.
Make use of 1 minute, sir.
District number 10 on the Oro. I live on the Oro. I want to know the status of my representative, Yega Cordoba, whether he still as representative or not. The second one had to do with red air issue. I went red a few days ago. Do you know that PCC are distributing land or selling there? They are giving the street out to marketeers. They might go there tomorrow and see. From Pakopin Junction all the way to Red, the market, people are selling in the street. No way for people to pass. That's my two concerns. Yega Cordoba and the selling of Red.
Thank you very much. Hello. Hello, can you hear me? Okay, so let's take this one. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, you're live. Let's hear
This
you.
is Abel Kemuka. I'm in Carwell.
Wherever.
To answer the brother question, you get called by now is a talk show who is now represented now.
So are you looking at?
Yeah, the man goes to bed and host, the man a talk show host, and I era good for him.
Please. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Thank you very much. You know, this guy, this Jefferson Chelsea guy, I want to urge Mr. Gray, Raymond Gray, to not overlook the statement he made the other night. That guy needs to be dragged to court. If he found guilty, he will be incarcerated because he made a lot of reckless statements. If you don't have evidence, you don't talk. These are people that were ministers doing former President Weata, bunch of playboys who don't even know what to do. The issue of the protest, we are telling them they should protest right because we start finding petrol bomb with some of them. Any attempt, Mulba Mother will be arrested and we're locking us. Thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
Let's hear you.
Super Spoon Fabric. Tell a friend to invite a friend. Super Spoon Fabric, the people's choice. Keep listening. Good night.
Thank you very much for your input. Hello.
Yeah, good evening, Nazin.
Good evening. It's good to have you. Let's hear you.
Yeah, Nazin, this is the voice of Sabu Rasta.
Sabu, go ahead.
I'm a proud member of the Concerned Librarian for Justice. I call for my purple resident. So Nazin, why is on my mind tonight, Nazin? I gave up. When when the man say I gave up, Nazin, I gave up as a librarian. Nazin, can you imagine yesterday, Nazin, when people were telling us that, we should vote for the president because Nelson, the president is old. He will not do the thing the young boy, that the young boy was doing. Can you imagine Nelson to see my president after Nelson talking about 19.1 million kid? Nelson was discussing it, we're talking about big name. Then you get President Nelson talking about, and my ladies and gentlemen, my boss Joseph Boga in the building. My president looking at your boss and saying, I want to ask that man, my president looking at your boss.
But listen, and your president that he made part.
Yeah, I agree that
so somebody can control you how you want to call your part. You can call your part the way you want to call your part.
Nothing, I agree with you, but sometimes when your part got a certain title or responsibility to do, and nothing, and you know that your part that title is on your part. You must know that your part carry title. How will you say my boss Joseph Boga in a bit? Well, you know what I mean? The president.
I mean, that one is looking at family business to me, because family have ways they go about their thing, my man. So when family people doing their thing, it's different from the whole national thing too, But anyway, I respect your view.
Exactly. Because these are the things we voted against. Can you imagine nothing we voted against Westwood Spain, where president in the case a president will leave the country, nothing president go out of country, I even bringing nothing back to we Liberian, nothing. Can you imagine nothing 179 years we come to celebrate independence? Nothing, can you imagine see our country? Nothing.
All right, thank you.
Yeah,
thank you very much. Sabu Rasta. Hello.
Good evening, Nelson.
Good evening, you're live. Let's hear you.
Thank you very much. P1P Willie or Prime Librarian for Justice.
Okay.
Let me confirm that information that in real life, PCC came to the Marlin land dealer in Liberia. They gave him a little piece of land for 1,000 liberty.
1,000 liberty?
1,000 liberty.
Are they selling the land or giving it out more like a lease?
They are leasing it for the season.
Oh, just for the July 26th?
Just for July 26th. When you kind of a red mark, that own a piece of land and we get 1,000 and mark your own. So let me just give one for what I call my reason for calling. Look, this government will always say that limbo figure is lying. You shouldn't be bothered. If one of the liars in the government saying the phone gun, you adduce your evidence to the court, whoever is caught the gun with, you prosecute them. That's why you are IG of the police. You don't have to come complain to us. Do your work. If you saw going somewhere, arrest the person you saw the gun with, prosecute them. But don't honor our protest because we are going to the capital and then quickly. We are going to the capital tomorrow to demand our rights and all our rights.
But the way the legislature now closed now, you know, how you ready? Who you are presenting the petition here to tomorrow?
I will go one say all government are instituted by us. All free government are instituted by us.
I know that one, but my question is, the lawmaker then not go home. They don't pack their bed. They close for the second quarter. So who you are going to present the plan to?
So government is not just a legislative branch.
Okay.
Government is the executive branch. Government is the judicial branch. So if we decide to carry the chief justice, are we wrong?
Okay, no, you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Yes, we buy the government, so we go to the government.
Thank you.
Government, we let them for our pleasure and enjoyment. They are suffering us. So we want to tell them that we're not enjoying. We don't have pleasure. We are suffering. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your input. Let's take another person here. Hello.
Yeah, good evening, Nelson.
Yeah, hello, you're live. Let's hear you.
Yeah, 800 G Roto Town.
Go ahead, sir.
The police, RG, and the information minister, you don't play on the Liberian people intelligence. That prayer conference you had today by saying he arrested Petro Bon. He should stop looking on top. If they play with a protest, it will last for 3 weeks, 3 or 4 weeks, and that will be the end of the government. They will get rid of all the citizens. All the people can do it. We'll be in the street for 3 weeks, and the government will not go to work.
So you'll be part of the protest tomorrow?
Starting from tomorrow, that lie where the minister talk, he should not say it no more. There are no evidence. People are going to demonstrate people, then you talk about Petro Bon. We put that in behind ever since in 1989.
All right, thank you very much for your input. Thank you, sir, for your input. Hello.
Yeah, hello, Nelson. How are you?
I'm okay. It's good to have you. Let's hear you.
This is RM Formula calling from Broadville.
What's on your mind?
The thing that on my mind concerning the yellow machines. You see, most of the countries around now, they have done away with that colonial way of brushing farm. They clear the land with the yellow machine, and then harvest very good.
Okay.
Because even geologists tell that burning the farm, you already burn a first tap soil. So I believe that the yellow machine will make Liberia somehow self-sufficient in food production. So I don't want the government to be detracted by anything like protest. Protest have never happened in this country from 1847 to today's day.
So you think they will be making fun with the yellow machine? That what you think?
They should. If they get a counted 15 machine, 5 is enough to be taking out of the road. They tend to be clearing for bushes for farming. Farming, no develop farm.
Thank you.
Production.
Thank you very much for your input. We appreciate you a whole lot, sir. Theo, welcome. It's over to you.
No, it's over to me. It's over to you. The man talking and you laughing. The man talking and you laughing.
Yeah, I mean,
can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Are you
hearing me?
I can hear you very well.
Yeah, but the man talking, why are you laughing? Yeah, but why are you laughing?
I'm just listening to the man. The man said we'll be using the yellow machine.
Why you put a link? Why are you not? Why you didn't put the link in the chat room, man? Again, that's it. What's going on? So you don't know coming on the show. The whole link.
I saw the link in the chat room.
No, but now you put it there.
Now you put it there. I saw you put it.
Why you didn't pick Rosemary out yesterday, last night? Why you didn't?
I get any comment because I know where you're going. And I get any comment. I know anything.
No, I'm going anywhere. I just asking you why you didn't, pick anyway.
No comment.
It's better that you said no. Oh, but you know why? So today, no idea myself said to me today, and I forgot about the man, my man.
Oh.
The man myself said to me today, I forgot.
Okay, so he's in the States right now?
Mo Adi been here for almost 100 days now.
Oh, okay.
The man called me, the man said, no, let me. I said, okay, let me. My man, I forgot. The man call. You know, anytime the man called, my phone get ring. I forgot about the man. I forgot about him. Like, man, I'm sorry, my man. But we set it off for the morning. My man, you know what I did? I give the man address like almost 3 hours away from me. The man called the man said, he said, man, why you giving me 3 hours away address? I said, oh my man, the address I said, man, is like 3 hours. Like you go all the way back to New York. I said, man, sorry, but you know the man, man, I'll be meeting more Ali tomorrow. Yeah, we'll be eating some hot chicken wings and fries. Yeah. You know, but I like to meet more Ali. We'll be eating some hot chicken wings and fries. You know, it's the best thing. Yeah, so anybody can meet them. What do you think? I should meet everybody that can see me, right?
Oh yeah, obviously. I mean, you are a public servant. You don't have to be in government to be a public servant. The work you do cuts across. So, well, opposition, no position. Yeah, you should meet everybody.
What woman I say that? In position, no position. Lemma Bowie.
Oh yeah, the woman been on fire a few days.
She said don't call the people honorable. Lemma Bowie, man. She said don't call the people honorable. Leave the people alone. They are honorable people. But we're going to be having a wonderful show today. The rest of the guys will be joining us. And you know what? What happened with the CSA boss? What happened with him? I mean, they will suspend him. They want President Baka to fire him. What's going on? And, you know, and Yeke is in the country. Yeke said he got new development. And Yeke on his way, he will be going to the border to go live from the border. You know, the John Security said nobody should report from the border, but Yeke will be going there. I know Yeke is, you can't control Yeke. And Yeke said he want you to go with him. So we'll make the arrangement that you go along with Yeke.
I think I like something.
Wow. What kind of scared journalists you are? They made a scared journalist to go Yeke.
No, but I'm not scared. I was at the border the other day with my helmet, my bulletproof helmet. I'm not scared, but to go with the lawmaker, I just don't know what they.
Why are you afraid? Yeke come here. Yeke will be going to the border to give us live update from the border, by the way. No, seriously, Yeke will. And I also received information that Fadika posted something. Can you go on Hassan Fadika, the former LDA Deputy Director for Operation? He said he didn't know anything about this document, and, you know, the confidential, quote-unquote confidential document. We discussed the CSA Director, and I'm taking phone call now. Y'all leave me small alone. I mean, why are you getting feedback? Nelson. What are you doing with it?
Yeah, no, I think because you just come here.
Oh,
gradually.
Nelson, you gotta look out, Nelson. So you're not even looking at us. You're doing something because Jack coming on, so I'm gonna get feedback. What kind of punishment is that?
No, gradually it can set up. It can settle. Like it happens in election. When you just
but I would say to you, please put the link in the chat room, Nelson. You are not being fair. Please put a link in the chat room. And I would say to everybody though, the Financial Times have something on this drugs dealer. We'll be discussing it. The European Union shouldn't send any aid to Sierra Leone because they are protecting the alleged drugs dealer. The guy, I want to put it up, right? And there's a big one, right, Nelson? So I think that everybody should see it, and it is what it is. But the Financial Times is reporting this, which will be a big thing in the country as we talk about drugs. Now, and also, I believe if I can connect, if all is well, we should be bringing in Oscar, what's his name? Oscar Brown, right? Yeah, we should be talking to Oscar Brown again on this thing. Oscar Brown gonna have new development, and the best we can do is to continue to push this thing. Welcome to Spoon Talk. Yeke Koluba is back in the country. Like I said, he will be going to the border. Nelson will be going along with him. Nelson, please do not be afraid. You shall be well. You'll go in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. That's
all right. That's sign.
But I ask the people, I mean, you gotta go. Yeah, we need, but when Nelson is scared, we need development from the border. And Yake wants you to go with him. Why can't you go with him? So
I was telling the atmosphere. And
what do you mean? What atmosphere? To go to the border? You say atmosphere? Are you serious?
Okay, I can hear you now.
You can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
No, you say you were studying the atmosphere. What atmosphere? You're confusing me.
Oh, before making the trip, I was telling the atmosphere. I would try to know as to whether the atmosphere would be secure enough for me to make the trip.
Nelson, you gotta stop. You kidding me? Whatever atmosphere you gotta study. You go to the border.
No, but see you. That coverage.
Nelson, why getting feedback? This thing can kill me, man. Turn the phone off or something like that, maybe.
Oh, the phones are off. Okay, let me turn this one off. See, that coverage is not the regular coverage. It's almost like it's almost like a frontline security kind of coverage. So you gotta gather information, gather intelligence.
You are going with Honorable Yake Koluba. He has intelligence. No, Yake saying he will cross into the Guinean side, the side the Guinean people controlling. He will go there for you to ask the Guinean people questions. They have given him permission. Yeke saying he's gonna come and explain. So we need that. The Liberian people need to see what's going on at the border. Yeke is an honorable man. He's a representative because the court have not decided on his fate yet. That's why the House of Representatives going on recess. They have not done anything to make Yeke's seat vacant. Am I right, Gibson? Am I right? They have not done anything. So people are calling Yeke former representative. They lie. He's not former. He's still representative. They cannot make that seat vacant. Even if they make that seat vacant, Yeke can run again. And the people saying they will carry Yeke. So you cannot tell me that you as a journalist, a renowned journalist from Spawn, the Republic of Liberia, you cannot tell me today that you don't want to go with Yeke because you fear for your life. Hey, man.
No, see, I didn't say I don't want to go. I said I will study the atmosphere.
No atmosphere to study.
I will gather intelligence as well and know as to whether conducive enough.
Gibson, what intelligence to gather? Gibson, what's going on with Nelson? Seriously.
We can hear.
Gibson, you gotta unmute yourself. We're not hearing you. Your Blaze Campari studio is giving you problem. You want to go out and come back in? We're not hearing you, Gibson. Go out and come back in, please. Yeah. So now say I am Gibson. Go out and come back in, please. Just reset. Listen, we got to ask the Liberian people because you're confusing me now, Nelson. Yeah, I mean, you got to go with Yeke. Yeke want to go to the border. It's a good thing. Don't be afraid. You are protected in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
So the last prayer they tell people to pray. When they put in certain position, they pray, just say your last prayer. So that last prayer you're already saying before I go to the border. So I mean that's what making the whole thing.
No, you are guarded. We're saying guarded angel ahead of you, guarded angel behind you. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to get your view, Philip Bala, right? Why is he afraid? Binta Barrett, why is he afraid to go to the border? David Booker, why is he afraid to go along with Yeke? Listen, Yeke coming on. This is not a joke. Yeke is preparing to go to the border, and you will not be alone. He's going with other reporters. Yeke is going with 40 cars, convoys, and motorbike. He's going to tell the Liberian people what is happening. If the government said, Mr. Representative, don't cross, Yeke say he's going to speak French, and Kisi amended to the other side, and they will allow him because he got permission from Doumbouya. And Gibson, this is Bigo. I didn't know that's the reason why Yeke went to Guinea for. He got permission to cross into the Guinea side. My man, put your volume off. Unmute yourself. I don't know what you're doing. Can you use what you used yesterday? Maybe you changed laptop or you changed your phone or something. Yeah, because we're not hearing you though.
Basilio.
Yeah.
From what I saw at the border, if you're coming from the Liberian side of the border, even as a journalist, even if the Guinean side gave you the authorization, the Liberian side will have to authorize you before maybe you have access to reach to the Guinean. So you cannot reach to the Guinean if you don't get the authorization.
Okay, so let me hold you there. Let me hold you there. So let me hold you there. So I spoke to Jeremy McPierre. Jeremy McPierre said it's not so. I spoke to the information minister, Jeremy McPierre. He said nobody's stopping anybody. He told me, so listen, I told him exactly what you said. Jeremy McPierre said nobody. So I said, well, why the journalists then being so afraid to go on the other side? He said, I can tell you, nobody's stopping anybody. So my thing is that though, let me say this to you. I believe, right, maybe you guys choose not to do it, and I think it's unfair because you guys should be able to do it, to be frank. So you can't tell me that you're afraid to go with Yeke. You have to go, you gotta go with Yeke. You cannot be afraid. So share the show.
The information minister hasn't been at the border since the whole thing happened. He didn't go there. Now, second or third party information. I was at the border.
But you know, that's a good point though. Why the whole information minister, right? And I think Jeremy McPierre need to go there because he's scared. I think Jeremy McPierre is scared of the Guineans at that border. He's afraid. Because why would he just stay in Monrovia and gather information? He's supposed to go and be the eyeball for the government, correct? Right, Nelson? I mean, folks, let's discuss this. Why Jeremy McPierre afraid to go to the border? Why? He's the information minister. All the beam they get, why they make go and tell the Liberian people, yeah, the border, yeah. I mean, no, let have this conversation. So Nelson, you're right. Thank you for bringing that up. Why Jeremy McPierre afraid to go to the border? But ladies and gentlemen, Yeke say he'll be going to the border. So Nelson, you have to go with Yeke. I think you have to go with Yeke, Nelson. I do believe you have to. You have to go with Yeke. I mean, everybody say you should go with Yeke, Nelson. Please do not say no. Please don't say no because I think it's unfair.
The atmosphere. Who's telling the atmosphere?
No atmosphere. It's an order. It's an order. No atmosphere. That's it. Put the link in the chat room. Don't send it to me. They say put the link in the chat room and send it to me.
I posted it there as well.
Yeah. But at the end of the day, I should tell you this. This is big. This is important. Please, Nelson. Everybody asking you. Augustine Gonga say, the information minister is scared. Yeah, he's afraid. Give me Jeremy McPierre picture. They make no picture that he's at the border. He has no picture that he at the border. Why? No one picture. I mean, it's just ringing a bell now, Nelson. I mean, no picture, Nelson. So we announcing that Yeke will be going to the border and you will be going along with Yeke, please. And that's your assignment, seal, sign, and deliver to you. I have delivered you this assignment. You'll be protected in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
And that's the scary part because all the assignments that have been given, there has been no in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. So you already in the last part. And I mean, and even more concerning is that
people speak at them, so the message I shouldn't pray over your assignment. Listen. No, listen. Yeah. God, no. Listen. Charles the Lamb. The message don't pray. Okay, I'm not going to pray over your assignment, but I'm saying to you, you have to go there, okay? Don't be afraid. If you don't, the very what is, nobody should pray over the assignment. You'll be saved. Very saying you'll be saved. You are going with a certain representative called Yeke Kodubai. You are going with a sitting representative. So we need to know what's going on at the border. And I must applaud Yeke though, that Yeke will be going at that place with you. So, you know, so do not be afraid. All is not lost. You know, your family will be.
All is not lost. The word of encouragement and is the red flag.
Your family will be taken care of.
I joined the army.
That's it. Still catcher. Let you call the men to go. They get scared journalists, and that's it. I got
to take. No, I agree. You know, when it comes to that one, let me be scared. Let me be scared. But going to a security, you know, zone, that kind of area that has some level of tension, you know, we have to gather intelligence and all of that before going. Because as much as we want to bring the news, we want to be alive to bring the news. Especially when the CEO starts saying a prayer in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, you know, God will be with you. I see Kiri Rabba said $100 DSA per day. Even with 500 DSA, we got to make sure that we gather intelligence before making move on these kinds of assignments. Because at the end of the day, you want to be alive to tell the story. You don't want your own story to be told in a certain way, you know. So it's very important.
Nelson, stop playing. Okay, we're talking about your sermon. Everything is unique. You cannot do that. Okay, you need to go to the border. It's fair for you to go to the border. We encourage everybody. That would be good. You know, Yeke is coming on. He will explain. I mean, I'm happy that you will be going with Yeke. You know, the traveling mercy be upon you. Okay.
Traveling mercy.
That's his stuff. I gotta do this show stuff.
But you already started praying. They pray. They can pray for people who.
I gotta do the show. We'll call Pastor Raymond to pray for you before departing, and you know. You gotta take
Pastor Raymond can pray. Oh, I already go with you.
That's his stuff. You kidding me? Please don't do this stuff. So, but the issue is that people say, "What Jeremy Pierre have not been to the border?" We're going to question Jeremy Pierre. We want to say to all of you, thank you for joining the show. Share the show. Let's have fun. Let's discuss issue of national concern. You know, we'll be talking about the drugs issue again. I want to share this though, Nelson. Just take a look, right? The Financial Times, you know, today said wanted drugs trafficker puts Sierra Leone's development aid at risk, right? Dutch government is pushing for Brussels to cut off EU support unless Lidakers is extradited. This is the most wanted West African drugs trafficker. He runs his operation between Sierra Leone, Liberia, you know, the Mana River Union country, Ivory Coast, and Guinea, right? They are saying that this is terrible for all. And Liberians, you got to pay attention here. They will cut all EU ties. This guy is saying the Sierra Leonean government is protecting him, so therefore they cannot send any resources to Sierra Leone. I want to say we will be discussing this. This is big. This is, they say, edible. This is big, and we will be discussing it. This guy is the most notorious. He's the most notorious drugs cartel, criminal drugs cartel. He doing drugs in all those countries. He got armed military men. So the EU, the Dutch government said, do not give any EU benefit to Sierra Leone. Now, the man's daughter was in Liberia, attending school in Liberia. A lot of bad reports coming up on him. So we will be discussing this today. So if they can cut ties with Sierra Leone, like they're pushing, if that goes through, and this guy is operating in Liberia, I hope he's not operating on a major scale, But with the $20 million drugs, then again, it is concerning to say what our government is doing. Because if EU cartel, Gafar will not be getting his monthly salary. You know, they hustle 40 million a year for a salary. Right, Gibson? Gibson, can you hear us now? Okay? Gibson, nobody know what you're doing with your microphone, my man. So, Gibson, are you on the computer or are you on your computer, Gibson, the one you used yesterday? I know you hear me. Just shake your head. Let's shake your head that you can't talk, that you bubble. Are you on the same computer? But then what happened? I mean, then what happened? Check your volume, Gibson. You turn the computer off and turn it back on. Turn it off totally and restart.
Okay, I got it. I know why.
But then what happened? What happened? What did you do?
You can hear me now?
I can hear you loud and clear, but what was happening?
Yeah, I pressed the mute button on the keyboard.
Okay. Hey, Gibson, I thought you say you computer man. Yeah, man. They think hard to talk. But Gibson, though, this is big, right? The most wanted drugs trafficker in West Africa. This man is tied to Usman Ali, the one we've been talking about. His connection in and out of Sierra Leone. The EU saying that we will not give you any benefit. We are pushing Brussels to cut off EU support unless you send this man back. Why is Sierra Leone keeping this man? We're talking today. All right, let's put our joke aside. Why is the Sierra Leone government keeping this man? Because he is giving millions of dollars, like we hear, allegedly, to the Sierra Leone government, to politicians in Sierra Leone. And that's the same thing they're about to take into Liberia. Look at what came out today. Look at the financial term, Gibson, and just understand that this guy, he was sentenced to 24 years. 24 years. How did he escape Netherlands? And today, they are saying the man is the most dangerous drug cartel in West. Even when you go in, you can be missing. So everybody, whether in Guinea, in Ivory Coast, in Liberia, politician working for him. Politician working for him. So we're not going to mess this up. We want to keep focused. What is the government action or inaction when it comes to this guy? They call him Jos or Hos, whatever you would pronounce the name, Ledicors, whatever his name is, but he's the most notorious. Everybody you see around the man, they got armed. So when you want to say the same, people say, oh, don't talk it too hard, because they are cowards, they are afraid, Gibson, and here we are. The government, the people of Netherlands, the Dutch country saying, we need him back. Because of him, we got $19.2 million worth of cocaine. Because people in Liberia, government officials in Liberia, lawmakers in Liberia decided that this guy should support the political agenda. So therefore, they were able to bring the drugs in from the border, from the airport, from the seaport, to ship out of the country. And now we are getting threats. People are threatening to do this. This man paid millions of dollars to eliminate people that talk against him. Gibson. So there's a big one. I mean, Rodney Sear is scared for his life. They're sending him threats. Front Page Africa, Rodney Sear, they are sending him threats. He's scared. The whole connection is with this guy. And this guy had his daughter going to school in Liberia. People in government knew that. So Gibson, welcome to the show, man. I know we're gonna get.
I'm reading the story and I'm like cringing because
I'm gonna put it up. I'm gonna put the story up. We have the story.
The man is a dangerous cartel, and they say he's using the transatlantic new drug route to bring it to West Africa and upload it to distribute that in Europe.
Gibson, cocaine. I don't want to say drugs. Yeah. You said drugs, the woman would say that paracetamol, Italian, cocaine.
Kush. Yes.
Yeah, cocaine. They have elevated Kush to a whole new level. They call it that cocaine they got and bringing out. Can you imagine? Yeah. Tama, welcome to the show. Can you imagine they got an operating cocaine now, cocaine in the country? Can you imagine? We are talking about coke, right? that the repackaging, and then the investigation is just slow walking because of document. I saw the post. We'll get to the local issue and that confidential document. But let's talk about this guy. Tama, welcome. And today we'll also talk about the CSA director. Who saved him? We'll call Nathaniel Fallow-McGill because we heard that Nathaniel Fallow-McGill saved him and killed the recommendation by the committee. I don't know, we'll call McGill. He will speak to that, right? And you're also going to talk about the protest. We heard that protest scheduled for tomorrow, right? We heard that protest scheduled for tomorrow. I don't know about the protest. Somebody got to help us. So maybe we will call the former chairman of CDC, Moba Molu, right? Moba Molu, to speak about his protest that is set for tomorrow. And to tell you the truth, though, Tama, you took a picture with your uncle or your family man, Joe Morris. He's a wonderful man. He came to the church and we had a great time. He and his wife and his brother-in-law. And again, he's a good man, but extend my regard to him. He's a wonderful man. I believe he's watching. But let's hear you, Tamba Agalas. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you, CEO. I'm so glad you mentioned the photo that you took on Sunday, the past Sunday with Joe Morris. Good evening to you, Brother Gibson. It's a pleasure to see you. And Nelson, how are you? Joe Morris and I go way back, Stanton. I've known him for over 20 years.
No, don't talk about Joe Murray. We didn't talk about Joe Murray. Matt finished telling me about you. So let's go back to our talking point. Yeah, I just said tell him, man, hello. Yeah, don't tell me your family history.
All right.
The man told me about all your bad, dirty deeds. So don't forget it. Yeah,
I know.
Yeah, we'll get to this in time. It's very important. Let's bring in. Tell me what's on your mind quickly with the whole God things coming up.
Yeah, look, whenever I'm on the show here, it is a pleasure to be here to really come and dissect and discuss trending issues affecting Liberia. And today, one of the issues that I have been reflecting on, in addition to our challenge as a nation to advocating and fighting against the illicit dealing of drugs and cocaine in our society, networks trying to take over our borders, infiltrate rather, to have a safe haven. We as a nation, as a country, Liberia, independent since 1847, and we are celebrating our independence this year, in 10 days from now. As an African nation, I've been reflecting, what is it going to take after almost 180 years of independence for us to truly be independent as a country, take control over our resources, natural resources, greater control, exert greater control, improve these sectors that have been relegated, to just conversations over the last 179 years. And those are the things that are coming to mind for me today. Look, we can advocate, and I appreciate this network and other independent media networks that are actually advocating against this $19 million cocaine bust. But we have to be able to get to a point where we can get some resolutions, right? Who are the people involved in this $19 million drug trade? Who brought this drug into the country? We know that the government is doing everything they can. They are investigating. But as we have said before on this show, the government owes it to the people to continue to inform and educate, create awareness so that the people are not continuing to ask questions without actually knowing what is happening behind the scene. Our president, GMB, and the rest of his cabinets and the legislature, they are elected to serve at the will and pleasure of the people. They are servants of the people. They are not above the people of Liberia. So no matter what happened, no matter how much power they have now for the next term, they owe it to Liberian people to educate them, to create awareness so that people know exactly what is happening in the country, what measures are being taken, what investigation is leading up to, and who, and I know that due to security factors, they may not be able to name names, but what specific measures and actions they are taking to get to the bottom of this $19 million drug issue or cocaine.
Thank you.
It's very important for us.
Tama, thank you very much. We're going to bring in Dr. George. We got our friend JJC, Johnny Just Come, Jefferson Chelsea here. Folks, share the show. You got everybody on the set. Go on your Facebook page, your YouTube, and share the show. Let's invite Otto because this thing is crazy. We are hearing new development on the drugs issue tied directly to this Sierra Leone guy. who the Sierra Leone guy know in Liberia, who went to Liberia, under which condition they went to Liberia, at the Royal Hotel. Royal Hotel is the most populated hotel now that everybody will come and discuss the issue. Who are at that hotel? Who actually was at that hotel when they went there? I see my brother Emmanuel George smiling because he knows what we know. I heard that, you know. But Emmanuel, welcome to the show. Everything, ladies and gentlemen, is start to this guy. I want to remind you, this guy is the most notorious drugs, cocaine criminal in West Africa as alleged. This man is able to take you down from Brussels Airlines once they land in Sierra Leone. This man have the full protection of the Sierra Leone president and family, not only the president. This is big. So the Dutch government saying, except you bring this man back. But why BO refusing to bring this guy back? And now he have his tacticals. He have people operating in Liberia, in Ivory Coast, in Guinea. This is huge. This is a big one, my friend. We are seeing $19.2 million worth of cocaine in Liberia. And people in the region protecting, they call him Jose or Hose, whatever his name is. Why Madia Bio refusing to send this guy back? Why ECOWAS standing alone? Why AU and MRU saying that they can't put Maisa? But this man is destroying the children of West Africa with cocaine. Shipment of cocaine, not only cocaine, arms. I know people are going to get crazy, but we got to say as it is as we welcome Dr. George. I mean, Gibson, can you elevate your hat? I mean, we don't want to see your bald head, Gibson. Can you come up small? Gibson, yeah, we want to see your bald head, my man. Don't be too relaxed, man. You're talking to hundreds of thousands of people here, my man. Say you want to Liberia, you're acting funny. We're exposed to you pretty soon. Emmanuel George, go ahead, my friend. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Stanton. Gibson, thank you for the humanitarian work you did last night on behalf
I'm
of
trying to get the media communication for Madas Bio. He used to be my reporter. So I'm trying to get him to see if he can speak to us.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that. Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you. There's a big one today, my friend. Everybody getting mad with West Africa. They are cutting European contribution. America will do the same because we are in West Africa protecting drugs, cartel, cocaine people because of small money. Emmanuel George, welcome to the show.
Yes, Stanton. Good evening. Good evening, Gibson. Good evening, Tamar and Jeff. Good evening to our listeners and viewers on Facebook, YouTube, and those listeners in Liberia on radio stations and television stations. Look, Stanton, when you study 9/11 and study how various countries move diamonds to support the activities of the hijackers, you understand why anything that happens in one part of the world is taken seriously. We should be concerned. Sierra Leone is our next door neighbor. We share kilometers of borders with Sierra Leone. We share the same similar languages. We share similar traditions. We share similar cultures. Infiltrating into Liberia from Sierra Leone is easy because when you study West African border regions, and I learned this during the Civil War when I lived in Maryland, there are people who live in Tabou, Danane, in La Côte d'Ivoire, who have their brothers that are in Harper, Maryland County. And that's a similar trend along the border region in Liberia. People who in Sierra Leone, they have relatives. In fact, Ebola, when Ebola came into Liberia, it was a ceremony that was going on in Guinea. The Liberians went across to participate in. They came back from that burial ceremony because of the interrelationship we have. So it's extremely important for us to take what is going on in Sierra Leone seriously. There's a saying in international relations. The reason why we put the house of our neighbor that is on fire, we fight so much to put that fire off, It's because we are considering that if our neighbor house burns down and we don't take care of it, there's a strong possibility that that fire is going to enter our house. So for you to protect your house, that's the reason why you have bucket in your hand trying to, or whatsoever you have, trying to stop that fire, because you know your house is the next one on the lane. And for so long, we have had a lot of infiltration of drugs in Liberia. Many of the investigations in the last following month about drugs, they have come from Sierra Leone into Liberia. And our corridor seems to be a very strong drugs corridor, and the Liberian government must take it seriously. That's the reason why when you have the commanders of the border in Bomi, commanders in Lofa, commanders in Grand Cayman being affiliated with this drug case, it's a serious national threat. And hopefully we take this serious. We take this extremely serious, because we know that Sierra Leone has been flagged, and we know that a couple of drugs we have arrested recently have come from Sierra Leone.
Thank you very much. Thank you, guys. Welcome to the show again. We're going to welcome you to retire. Welcome you all. It's good to have you. Let's bring in our brother Jefferson Chelsea. Jeff, this is a big one. The Dutch country pushing seriously to cut ties for Sierra Leone. But who is this guy? He's operating in Liberia. He's operating now. He got folks in Liberia. We are getting more information on him, and we'll share it. His relationship with some folks in the government, all right? Whenever they travel to Sierra Leone, they meet some of his folks through third party, and some of them have met him. It's very important. Some of them have met him. Again, I know they will have pictures here and there, but this is a big one for us to discuss. I just put this in the chat room, read about it, and everybody's singing the same song. Jefferson Chelsea, welcome to the show. We will get to that.
Thank you, Stanton, and welcome to all you guys on the show. Stanton, firstly, before I go into that, I just want to condemn in the highest term the arbitrary, illegal arrest of Foley.
Wait, oh man, you didn't say that yesterday. We'll talk about it later. Let's finish with the one question. Yeah. Yesterday you had all the time you were talking time picking in J. You want to call out topic. We'll talk about it later.
We got to condemn that, Stanton, because these are the same biases.
You didn't condemn it yesterday. You led to the game, but we'll talk about it. I will give you a chance for us to talk about it.
Thank you. We should talk about it. So, Stanton, what you stating here? This is something we've been meticulously following, and I agree with you. There's strong ties between Liberia, our government, officials in our government, to that of the cocaine cartel in Sierra Leone. If you notice in our country, there are proliferations of casinos and betting businesses from Freetown now into our country. And most of them are owned by the president's son, Jojo. And most importantly, he's always in Freetown. And this is why we're saying that our country has been infiltrated by the cartels. This is how they're cleaning their money. They're using our economy. They're using our country. The cartel has taken over our country more than they have even taken over Sierra Leone, because our government officials are hugely benefiting from this cocaine trade. Do you know some of the reasons why they expelled the European ambassador? The foreign ministry pushed for them to expel the ambassador from the European Union or the European Commission. Was one of the reasons they felt that the woman was being vocal. She was speaking out against it. And so the cartel ensured that she was expelled from Liberia. So this thing is far deeper than what we think, Stanton, and is something that is threatening the survival of our country, of our young people, of our society. It's going to damage the very fabric of our society. The families have been torn apart because of drugs. This is not just ordinary marijuana or anything else. This is cocaine that this government has legalized in our country.
We will get there. It's good to have you on. Let me bring Ed Remy. Thank you, Jeff. Conor Gray, this guy issue is not a local issue anymore. They are pushing folks that we spoke to. Conor Gray, the man is not only operating now in Sierra Leone, that hosted him, that protected him. He's entered into Guinea. He's in Ivory Coast, operating from Liberia. The EU folks are mad. America is totally, listen, I will put something up. They try arresting him. He was protected. He is being protected. People are protecting him. He carry armor. You're a military man, Colonel Gray. How deep is this for the region, though? How deep is this?
Good day, Stanton. Good day, everyone. My brother, it should be concerning to everybody because for some reason, Dutchland has had a grip on the emancipation of Africa being a drug-free zone or any criminal cartel activity. But let's not forget there was a guy named Gus Copenhagen. I don't know if he's still alive, but he was one of the most notorious people that ever walked on African soil. And this guy was linking with folks like the Merchant of Death, the gentleman who supplied most of our Civil War weapons that reversed Liberia by then. And as God could have it, it was in South Africa. He was arrested, tried, and I think sentenced. I'm not sure. Gibson will know better. Maybe he's still alive. But I know he's supposed to be behind bars. So when we hear somebody with a Dutch connection, and they know how to evade authority, and I hate for people to think that this cartel situation started only now. I'll go back and look at when what's his name, the brother of the former First Lady, when he was arrested in Sierra Leone. That was a prisoner swap of a former police chief who was locked up in Liberia, and that was a prisoner swap between the then Weah administration and of course the Sierra Leonean Authority. They swapped, Mrs. Weah's brother, who was locked up, for a gentleman that was in Sierra Leone, in Liberia by then. That's how long this guy has been, acting in the region. So it's scary for us, and I hate to hear that Liberian government has, legalized narco. I'm not sure what that is coming from somebody like Jeff, who should understand what legalization of an activity is. Liberian government legalized.
So let's come back to you. I know this your intro. We'll get into it. I don't want us to be, this thing about back and forth. So let's come back to you. Guys, we're not going to do this. Let's just wait. Everybody will have the chance to speak, right? Everybody will have the chance to speak. Let me bring it in, Jacob. Jacob, it's good to have you on.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, so on the question of, I will wait for the time, but again, like Jeff, I also definitely want to share my opinion on the protests and 4D and everything that is going on. But again, I'll wait for the time to do that since it's part of our topic. But on the question of this Financial Times report and your other commentary, I think it's getting extremely serious here now. For me, as one person, I thought that this whole 19 million thing, I thought this was just an isolated incident or just like a flash in the pan, but everything that we've seen developing over the last several weeks is looking like this is a systematic, well-developed network of criminals, of a cartel that is very much grounded. And so when I see like that Financial Times report, it is very worrying. And I think like the attention the current administration has given this issue hasn't been really radical enough. And now we know that this is a transnational situation. We have a massive, huge criminal sitting down there running a huge network. So when Kev talked about the country being a narco state, we're getting closer and closer to his prediction already. So what are we going to do now as a country to solve this problem? Again, like Conor Gray was talking about, we had this situation in this region before. This entire region went into flames. The MRU region, wars in Sierra Leone, Liberia, and all of that. So we're so connected. And I think the government and the Sierra Leone government and the entire ECOWAS region, SNO is always here. I think they need to take a regional approach to this situation now. And we're hearing, as you said, connection already in the country. That is so scary. So again, I'm sure we'll have some more time to go into more detail, but that will be my opening comment on the topic.
Yeah, we want to say, you guys, listen, I don't think we should be personal here, but we at a place where we all can agree or disagree with our own conversation and topic points. Where we are today, it is more damaging to our country, you keep saying, to have this guy. And I want us to make this the first topic, right? So we welcome each and every one of you. Again, we say welcome to Spoon Talk. Today is the 16th of July, 2026. We also like to say to you, we will be discussing the PAC report. You know, we have some folks that are doing very bad in this government. We're going to make that a topic as well. But welcome to Spoon Talk. Share the show. Let's have fun. Let's discuss issues of national concern. Wherever you're joining us, we will be on Facebook. We are on YouTube. We are on Fabric, Super Spoon, Voice of Liberia, and all of our other relays. Let's get serious. Let's get to the conversation because this too is Liberia. Gibson, I would like to start with you, Gibson, right? A lot of people paying attention to what is happening in our country. Let's put this guy up, and then we'll read some of what the EU is saying here. Wanted drugs trafficker put Sierra Leone's development aid at risk. Period. Millions of dollars going to Sierra Leone. Dutch government is pushing for Brussels to cut off EU support unless the Sierra Leone government, the Sierra Leone president, send this guy, extradite him to Netherlands. He was sentenced, this guy, he was sentenced to 24 years in prison for transporting cocaine. This man, he got armed men protecting him. He created his own armed unit in Sierra Leone. He had folks operating in Liberia. Ladies and gentlemen, this is very concerning. Therefore, the Dutch government saying, cut all aid, financial assistance to Sierra Leone, that they can send this man back. Who are operating with him? Some company in Liberia. He's sponsoring them. And guys, you got to listen to this one. I'm not calling company names, but his connection is in part financing Dr. Emmanuel George, company in Liberia. The Sierra Leone government is protecting him. And he got his operative in Liberia. So what are they saying? I'm going to read 1 or 2 lines. We know he's dead, and we know that he's using the transatlantic drugs trade in different routes now, shipping cocaine from Latin America to West Africa, then reloading it into ships and then distributing it across Europe, Van Wiel said. Now, this is very important. He reloading this thing. They would bring it from Latin American country. He would package it, and that's why the 19.2 drugs in Liberia today were repackaged in Liberia because of him. This guy was sentenced to 24 years in prison by Rotterdam court for transporting cocaine and ordering a contract murder. The man ordered to kill. The man can kill. He had not served the sentence, and the Dutch authorities say he has been hiding out in Sierra Leone. He was also sentenced several times in Belgium for smoking cocaine. The Netherlands push comes as the EU is increasingly using aid as leverage to secure foreign policy objectives. Member states have taken a more transactional approach offering funds in return for goals including securing critical minerals and curbing irregular migration. This is very, very important. So I want to pause here. Gibson, you've been up and down with this issue. Individuals. When I spoke to some of our folks in Europe, they said not only individuals in this government, but companies that receive contracts to operate, that receive concessions. This guy is sponsoring them. This guy is pushing money into them. Lawmakers left Liberia, some of them, and at the appropriate time, I think we have to start challenging them. They have met this guy secretly. So we talk about $19.2 million worth of drugs. Gibson, unmute yourself. This is the most dangerous son from Netherlands that we have in West Africa.
This is really scary. And even to add more insult to injury, last year, Mother's Bill was allegedly seen with this very guy in a church service. Although Mother's Bill wife denied that, but there are clear indications that the Sierra Leone government is refusing. I was just reading a previous statement by Sierra Leone that says they do not extradite people, they protect people's rights. And that statement was given in another situation that they were asked to turn over an individual, and they said Sierra Leone respect the rights of people and their asylum. And so whether this is why they are doing it, I don't know. But this man is not just an ordinary person that is wanted for political reason. And I brought it because people will argue and say, oh, Sierra Leone need to protect the man's right. This man was convicted for 24 years standard. He's not just an ordinary accused. He's already a convict. He is already supposed to be serving 24 years in jail. And he disappeared from Netherlands and appeared in Sierra Leone. And the Dutch government is saying, look, Sierra Leone, this man is already sentenced for 24 years. Send him back to us so he can serve his sentence. And the Sierra Leone government will not be able to send him back to Netherlands. This is very much disturbing. Now, why is it even more disturbing? It's because we have a drug situation of our own here. We don't know, Stanton, $19.2 million drugs packaged, well packaged, discovered in Liberia at the Roberts International Airport. And see what they talk about this guy. According to the Netherlands Justice Minister, this man is using new routes, get the drugs from Central America, packaged it, and distributed to Europe and other parts of the world. We have a $19.2 million drug that are packaged and appear at the Freeport of Monrovia, and our government cannot tell us the origin of this drug. Where did the drug come from? You want to tell me the Liberian government is investigating drugs in their possession as FOC, and they are saying they are arresting people and questioning them, and the government of Liberia will not be able to determine whether this drug came by container at the Freeport, whether the drug was driven from Freetown, which is very easy, driven across from Sierra Leone to Liberia in cars, in pickup, in trucks, in ordinary vehicle, and brought to Monrovia with the intent to use the Liberian security lapses and the Liberian airport to transport huge amount of drugs, cocaine, the big grandfather of Kush, cocaine, to send it out of Liberia. I believe, I'm not going to jump in a gun, but the drugs that were so packaged, so nicely so packaged, and were cargo at the Robert International Airport, I am so suspect that this drug, if this guy is actually in Sierra Leone, and the way the Justice Minister of Netherlands described the way he is behaving to take drugs from Central America, use a new drug transatlantic route, and distribute the drug to Europe and other parts of the world, and automatically, when we woke up in the morning, we see $19.2 million worth of drugs at the Freeport, at the Robert International Airport. I think there's more story to this, and the government of Liberia got to be very, very, very careful, because very soon this thing might drag to them.
I think you send that video again. I'm trying to find that video when he was in the church. One of the photo we can put up. I want to say it's good having you. Thank you very much, Brother Gibson. I say welcome to the show as we welcome the Chief Phoebe Henry. Ladies and gentlemen, you want to be part of this conversation because indeed the original drugs campaign, the cartel chief himself, is operating not only in Sierra Leone, but that in Ivory Coast, Guinea, Liberia, and even beyond West Africa. Let me bring you in, Tamba. Tamba, this, I want to put this guy up. But when we spoke to our folks today, this guy is the only thing right now funding lawmakers, funding, he giving them money, ministers and directors, they are meeting him, project in contractors, the major contract, they're giving people concessions. He's part of it as a blind operators. He pumping the money in. People in Liberia that the government of Liberia gave concession to, we are hearing that he financing them because he got the money for full protection. Tamba, how serious should our government be?
Yeah, thank you, CEO. Look, I read an article from the Financial Times on Mr. Los Ledekkers. It's a Dutch name. I'm not pronouncing it right, probably. But there's a part of the article that really caught my eye, and it say that this guy, not only he's corrupting a nation, but he's operating a global criminal network, and that's the expose here. So not just that he's operating in West Africa, but he's operating globally. And for me, this opened up, and I've seen articles on this guy. I have read an article about his appearance with the First family in Sierra Leone, wherein the First Lady Fatima Bio basically denied having any knowledge or know anything about him. But it exposes how easy it is for a foreign national with cash, with resources, to come into a country like Sierra Leone, into our region, in the West Africa region, and corrupt his way to the highest level of government. That's the level of infiltration we are seeing. For Liberia, and how this impact is that Liberia has porous borders. We have land borders. We have borders that are not manned, that there's no security. Stanton, I was in Liberia during the Civil War, where I had to leave Monrovia and return and travel along those borders. And I did trade there, cocoa, coffee. There are borders that you can pass, Stanton. There's no security up to today. There's no police. There's no immigration. So it is easy to smuggle anything that you want to smuggle. That's how porous our borders are. We are at risk. We are at risk, and I still believe that Liberia is not a narco state, but we are at risk of being deeply infiltrated, wherein a global network, cartel network, is striving and attempting to find its way to the highest level of government. And thankfully, we don't have that in Liberia. But the question here is, why is Sierra Leone protecting this lost guy? Why has Sierra Leone not taken action to either arrest him and then send him back to his country to serve his sentence? And this brings serious questions, security risk of our country. And then we talk about the $19 million drugs bust. From today, as of today, Gibson, we can tell if those drugs, if this cocaine came through our airport. It was most likely, based on all of the reports we've seen, based on the investigation and the press releases, it looks like the drugs came through the borders. And most likely may be connected to this lost cartel or network, criminal network that is operating globally. But this is why I always say, government is here to serve the people. We are interested in really getting to the bottom of this. And I hope if there's a linkage with Los and his cartel, that the Liberian security network can let the Liberian people know where their investigation is leading to. This is no time to keep cool. This is no time to keep quiet, but to continue to inform the people on how the investigation is progressing.
Tama, thank you very much. Thank you. We're going to run with this. We got a lot of good story that we have to discuss tonight. So I want to appreciate you, but this is our main topic. We're bringing the full and center. Emmanuel George, this is the man. You can call him Jose, you can call him Jose, you call him Loss, you call him whatever you call him, but this is the most notorious drugs cartel in West Africa. Very close to Liberia, operating in Liberia, as you can see. Sitting behind Madia Bio on video in picture, behind Madia Bio web. He's saying we cannot extradite him, but we can only take your money. You pay your girl your money, but the man are importing drugs to your country. We will keep him, we will protect him, and we use your money. But his operation in Liberia, this guy operation, Emmanuel, is huge. Connected to businesses, connected to directors and ministers, connected to lawmakers. This guy operation, even family member of his is in the country. They hosted him. They hosted his friends and relatives and business partners. They come under the protection that they're doing road projects, concessions given to them. Emmanuel, we are something like, I want to call name, people that met people that connected to this guy, Emmanuel. I want to call the name. So when people attack Randy Sim know exactly what he was talking about, because the Dutch government said transatlantic. He would take the unprocessed drugs, bring it into Sierra Leone or in Liberia. They will repackage it. Then he will send it back to Europe. Emmanuel George, they are saying on the ship. We want to hear you, Dr. George. What's going on here? How serious can this government be? I sent you the video. Yeah. How serious should this government be to tackle the thing, Dr. George?
Oh, no, we have to be serious. And while we were on the air, I got in touch with the vice president office of Sierra Leone. And they are waiting if we send an invitation to come and talk to this. Their position, I'm not.
But what do you mean they are waiting? Send her the invitation. In my friend, how can ANC operate today? Send the people invitation. Henry, you said the people waiting. We are live on the show. Send it to them. We want to hear them.
Okay. I will. Let me speak now, then I will go back.
Go ahead, Chief. Go ahead, Chief.
Yeah. This is dangerous because what I'm being informed now, and perhaps Sierra Leone can clear up by himself, I'm being informed that what his name, Ledikas, traveled with his Turkish passport under the name of Umar Sharif. And they believe they were working with a Turkish citizen. They believe that he's no longer in the country because he has multiple passports that he slips in and out with. But I don't work with them. So, and if you have someone, especially, I agree with Tama, I have traveled extensively throughout Liberia. Only one county in Liberia I've not been to, and that's the county after Bassa. River County. That's the only county I've not been to in Liberia. And I've had the opportunity to walk and cross borders and walk from one end of Liberia to other foreign countries. And our boroughs are porous, extremely porous. And if anyone have the opportunity to read,
I see why Snowden like you, because you don't want to go to a county.
If you have any opportunity to read the accounts of 9/11, you will fully understand why we should take these things seriously. Because we again, as I said in my opening, we share similar culture, we intermarry, brothers live in Liberia and brothers live in Sierra Leone. We speak similar languages, so you don't actually need a laissez-passer or passport to travel from Liberia to Sierra Leone, because it's similar language you speak. And throughout West Africa also, I think it's something I'm studying. I may be wrong with that, but I think I'm very correct. If you can speak Mandingo, Hausa, you can travel throughout West Africa with all passport. You won't need it. And that's how simple, easy it is to cross through the sub-region. And because of the porous nature of our security, and we don't pay our security much, anyone who traffic in drugs, and it's an international report is out there, anyone who traffic in drugs can find it easy to use these countries. And if what the Sierra Leone government is saying is right, and definitely after I will get in touch with them again, if what they are saying is right, that he came into the country with fake passport and he came as a Turkish businessman, that is concerning. It means we do not have the logistic to identify these people who travel around the world and the sovereign.
So I think it matters because we need them. We'll let you do your thing. Invite them, send them the link. We got to hear from them tonight. The office of the Vice President of the Republic of Sierra Leone. This is a big thing. It's on Madia BO. Listen, the thing about we cannot extradite this guy, Chelsea Chelsea. Let's focus on this guy for a minute. We are in a bad zone here. But what I'm hearing, right, is exactly what Ronnie CFM saying. People in government, Jeff, they are operating with this guy. The country, Liberia, have awarded concession agreement contracts, right? I know some of their name, right? To foreign-based investors, so-called investors, that this guy, this drugs guy, is financing. So his operation is long, not only in Liberia, Ivory Coast, Guinea, and beyond. But if you read the document, they may bring in the raw product of cocaine. He got people in different countries, different stations. They repackage it. He put those things on the ship or on the airplane and send it to Europe for millions of dollars. Hey, Jefferson, how we got into this?
Thank you, Seto. So, Seto, you like you rightly said, they are operating through foreign companies that they've given concession to. An example will be one of those companies, like the company from Freetown that they gave the Pivot Farm, they call, that they gave the contractor from St. Paul's Bridge to Waterside and Bobo. I think it's 250 something kilometers of road.
You are alleged, right? You are alleged?
Yes, allegedly.
Because you are a lawyer now.
I just gave you an example of some of.
If you call company name, you got to register your example.
Yeah, of course.
I know what you're talking about. We got some information, but
exactly.
Talk to me.
And so this is why I said legal that this government might intentionally legalize drugs in our country. And people are angry about that. When most of your top government officials are linked to drugs, when the government cannot fight drugs, when the government officials are protecting the cartels, when every level in your governance system is protecting the cartel, when people speak against drugs in our country, the government officials come after you, they insult you, they insult your mother. It tells you that the government has legalized the trade of cocaine in our country. And we must stand up against this. We must fight this. Started $19 million worth of drug cannot. Nobody dealing with drug will release $19 million drug into another country without their express agreement that the government is going to protect that amount of drugs. Nobody will do that. And the information we got is that there are more of those drugs that came in the country, and they were shipping it bit by bit out of the country. The drugs enter the country. Our security sector has never told us how the drug entered the country, which port it enter our country by, up to now. But they're arresting people. What kind of investigation is this? You can see clearly that the security sector is protecting the cartel. They're arresting all the wrong people and allow the people that are directly linked to this drug or to this cocaine case in our country to leave. And that's unfortunate. I mean, this is so terrible for our country. And Stanton, walk around Liberia, see how many young Liberians with dreams that are dying from cocaine, from drug in our country. We remove whole government because of drug, just to kind of find out that another government is drowning. In fact, it's legally importing cocaine into our country to be distributed to Europe. with the consent of the entire government. This is dangerous. This has never happened in our country. This is worse than a civil war.
Thank you.
I expect that European Union will extend that same sanction on Liberia sooner or later for expelling the commission. The European ambassador, because she spoke against drugs.
Thank you very much. We'll dig deeper. Gabe Singh and Emmanuel George are working on our sources to bring those guys on from Sierra Leone. Ladies and gentlemen, it's very important for us to get into this. Let me bring in the retired corner, Ed Remy Gray.
You know, Stanton is troubling to say a government is legally importing drugs and exporting it to other regions of the world. It's troubling. I don't know if any government has any program for state sanction, narco trade. I don't know. It's anything that's surreptitious. And let's not forget that this issue is not about Liberia. It's about Dutch national who was also involved in the Maringe drama that our brother that comes here, Mr. Rodney C. investigated as a newspaper. And that's where the Momolo guy was asked to be investigated. And instead of investigating him, we understand that he resurfaced into the DEA as well. But you know what? Some of us have already concluded that this drug came from cross-border. And as we know, it's easier because if this guy was involved in a cross-border trade with in the previous government, in the Maringe scandal, definitely they found a route and they have some influences. That's why we say cartel. That's how they operate. They will always have influences in regions in which they trade. So this government was one of the first to foil a consignment of goods that was supposed to go to Europe. We can give them kudos for that. If they were sleeping, they would not have. This issue about 19 million, let's face it, was not going to surface. And this government is not going to sit and sleep on it because they too have, legalized the sale and trade of narcotic totaling that amount. Liberia should be grateful that we have a government that is proactive. And if people want to make noise about it, this government will go down to the bottom of it. And I know this guy, in spite of his root to the Sierra Leonean first family, somebody said on this platform that he's in a relationship with somebody within the first family. And that's how these people operate. They go into the family, the heads of those who have influence, and then they trade those influence or export those influences over the border. Liberia will not sleep as long as we've been able to know that drugs are coming from over there from this very gentleman, and they're not going to sleep on it and let it go like how people were trading prisoner swap because somebody was detained in Sierra Leone under the suspicion of trading narcotic, and then somebody came to our border. We traded those two individuals, and today we don't know what happened to the former police officer that was.
Thank you.
So Liberia is not going to flip on this, Stanton. No matter how somebody wants to politicize the issue.
So, but let's go back to. And I don't want to do this much more. Somebody. Let's go back to the issue here. The Dutch government is saying we have a problem in Sierra Leone. This guy called Luis Jose, whatever his name is, that changing his name. Whatever you call him, right? He have companies attached to him, connected to him, operating in Liberia. Individual as alleged, they are paying respect to him. He financing the operation in Liberia. We have never seen this before. That we get $20 million worth of cocaine repackaged in the country and ready for shipment. Colonel Gray, forget about what people say. Let me ask you, what measure you think the government should take now to satisfy you in this $20 million fight? Or are you satisfied with the way in which they are proceeding?
Well, I don't know if the government is putting. They have the intelligence. and that's the most important thing. You firstly have to diagnose the problem and then be able to treat it. They have the intelligence, which is the diagnosis of the problem, and definitely they have to now be able to make sure they put the regular checkpoints in place to be able to foil any attempt, because this is just a test consignment. If you ask me, others will say, yeah, they've been doing it before, but under the watch of this government, they were twatted. In other words, whatever intention they had to have used Liberia as a transit point is disrupted right now. And so what we're going to be watching for is how to be able to, the agents that are enabling this narcotic trade across continent that exists within Liberia, they're fully rounded and probably be able to put
Thank you.
disruption on this guy's future operation. This is not
yeah, thank you, Colonel Greg. Thank you very much. I say, welcome to the show, Isaac. Let me ask you the question, though. It's very clear. No need for rocket science, no need for Mama Musa. We have a problem in West Africa, close to home. Our borders are porous, but we are where we are today because this guy have entered Liberia. We have evidence of $20 million worth of cocaine ready to be shipped out of the country. Let's hear you. The Dutch government said cut all European aid to Sierra Leone. It's knocking on our door, my brother.
Stanton, thank you. You know, I came on the show today not wanting to look the CDC way. I don't want to look the United Party way. Stanton, guys, don't get angry. Don't insult me. Don't feel frustrated. Please listen to me. People support political parties for different reasons. People give political parties money to take power in a country for different reasons. Jerome, Dr. George, and everybody else, I just came to give a plea. I came to give a plea. You know, the hardest thing in life is to want to say something, but certain things cannot make you say it. It's hard. No, Jerome, I'm not kidding. Jerome, the information that, you know what we can do? If the Liberian people can help, I beg you. Forget about George Weah, President Baka, forget about that. But we need to remove United Party from power. I'm not saying it out of politics. I'm not saying out of politics. You know, they say, making to a brother, the jobs problem, this job case, is not going anywhere. So, this is one thing I hope our security people can do. I am sure they know what I want to say. They know. When they say came on the show, he said some things about employment. The security apparatus, let them go back to employment at the airport, at some strategic places, and look at certain people they employ within certain time, look at their employment record, how they manage to get employed. Rodney said one thing, that those people who are employed, they are the doers, and they know who sent them. On the airport, when they took the cocaine from King House, they didn't carry it straight on the plane. They carried it to the warehouse. Let the security ask from that particular warehouse, who can go and take the load from in that warehouse to put it in car and carry them. Let the security also ask if there were any sort of meetings 2 days to the shipment of the cocaine at LAA office. Who did they meet? Where did they go for there? Brother, the judge ain't going anywhere. And you know what is hard? You are looking at something, you know this thing that but then I think adding it down it can hurt your heart, it can break your heart. Where we are with this just case, you know me, I can.
I said you want to let them move on now. Saying you said you can't talk.
No. I said something. We are dealing with something you may not. Anyway, I know.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. But I understand.
Stanton, I know. I know, Stanton. But let me say, I'm one person who I come on the show, and I'm definite on certain things because I know what that thing is. When I said 285 yellow mission won't come, I know what I was talking. And today I will say, unless the Unity Party government is removed out of power, this drugs business is not going anywhere. That's all I can say.
Yeah, thank you. We'll make progress here and we'll discuss it. I want to bring you in, Fubi. Let's hear you. Again, I want to say to all of you, let me put this up to those of you out there, joining us to fight this thing. Is have a transatlantic connection, all because this guy is the Sierra Leone government under the president, as alleged, is protecting this guy. He's the main doer. He's the Niji. He's the operator. He's the guy that taking cocaine. I hate to say drugs. Let me say cocaine. To West Africa. Now we found $20 million worth of cocaine in Liberia. This is the man, and everybody got to be concerned. Your children got to be concerned. Your family, the school actually will be destroyed. Education system will be under him. The government will be under him. The lawmakers will be under him, of course. Yes, indeed, ministers and directors will be under him. He will pay them for the next election. He will sponsor them. Some of them will be operating with millions of dollars just to be re-elected because they got to protect his interests. We are talking about this cartel that need to be captured. Then we ask the question, Fubi, why the Sierra Leone government protecting him? Why Madia Birio government feel that it's necessary to protect this drugs kingpin? Chief Fubi Herons.
Good evening, everybody. So for me, about what Madia protecting him, I can't speak much about what the Sierra Leone government intent is and why they are keeping a country. I can't speak much to that. But the issue about the whole drug issue, like I've always said, the drugs cartel is the biggest cartel in the world. And they know how to find their way, they know how to get their things done, and they know how to buy people at every level to ensure that they keep their businesses floating and moving well. And for the Liberian government, we will just keep telling for me, I always say the government is doing well in the fight against drugs, because within the 3 years that the government have been in, the number of drugs that they have arrested and publicized, we didn't see that in past years, and that's a good fight to keep exposing people and keep bringing people down and prosecuting them. We want to see more of that, and that will help to safeguard the state and serve as deterrent. But that also will not stop the cartel from trying, because following the different countries, America, Europe, they're crying about drugs being repackaged from Africa and sent to Europe. They have the sophistication they have at their airports. We don't have that in Liberia or most of the West African countries. So how can those drugs leave West Africa and enter Europe without them detecting? So that also tells you that the cartel is also strong at their end to be able to bypass their securities and get into their system. And so they need to strengthen their stuff and also improve collaboration with the West African government. Besides talking about cutting aid, you should be improving collaboration so that you have a joint effort at both different levels from Africa, joint effort in your own European states, so that at least you can improve and see how you can be able to put this whole drug cartel under control, because they cannot even manage it from their own countries. And that's why the guys are using different routes and they still finding their way through. Because I think with the Liberia saga, the thing they said that was the second shipment that the police arrested at the airport. So if the first shipment passed and it was not detected in Great Britain, that says a lot about their security network and how they can go about not detecting drugs that will leave from West Africa and enter their system. So they need to also do better and not just shift the blame to West Africa and try to condemn us because we depend on them for aid. But they need to strengthen their own security too, because West Africa should not be sending drugs to Europe where it being detected or any other part of the world. But for the cartel, we have to just do our part and see how we can be able to, because the guys will always try to clean their money, because like you said, the guys supporting businesses, they will always try to clean their money, because if they get the drug money, how do they clean it? They have to put it through legitimate businesses so that people can see that the money is being turned around properly. And that's the dangerous part of it. So they need to, see and understand where the monies are going and how they can also investigate those different companies that are receiving financial support from this cartel and see how they can be able to pin them down. But it's a big fight. I don't think it's going to be won easily, but we just have to see how we can put in more deterrent measures so that they can be able to at least reduce it to an appreciable level. But we want to tell our Liberian government to keep pushing and keep exposing those cartels and keep arresting and prosecuting, because that's what we're gonna that's what we need to be able to reduce the impact. But the guys, they got massive cash, and they don't mind spending it to get their drugs across. So, but it's sad, but we hope Africa can do better. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, welcome all of you. Thank you for joining Spoon. Let me say this though, Gibson. You remember when the Liberian National Police went to Sierra Leone? I know you guys remember that photo. That one of the camera guys were trying to go behind the other person. We started laughing. I want to bring your attention to something here, folks. Listen, I'm not accusing anyone, but the end. They will know the end. The meeting that took place on camera and off camera. This guy we are talking about, and Liberians, you got to pay attention. This guy runs the police operation in Liberia, in Sierra Leone. This guy, this man, he operates not only with the president as alleged, he operates with the entire government. He got people on payroll. When Gregory took the Liberian National Police to Sierra Leone, what happened? No, you got to open the Liberian people eyes. This is cocaine we are talking about. How many Sierra Leone companies we have in Liberia today? Have you asked yourself? How many Sierra Leone concession companies in Liberia today? How many advisors and directors and ministers doing business in Sierra Leone? No, I'm not accusing anyone, but you go and figure it out. So, Gibson, it's only important that we dig deeper and go beyond the mundane. Because the government of Liberia knows exactly what's happening. My brother, I said, those who are in Liberia, I can talk. Maybe when you come back to America, you will talk. You scared that now you can talk?
I got nothing.
Where we are today, folks, this is no Joe Gibson. Look at this picture. If you're on the radio, he's sitting behind the president of Sierra Leone. Hold on, Atama, please, I beg you, Chief. Whether he's still a military general or former military general, Colonel Gray will tell us. He is sitting behind the president and his wife of Sierra Leone. How many Sierra Leone companies we got in Liberia that got so many years of concession? I'm not accusing any of them. We got CTN that making a lot of money, right? Free money. CTN, free money. We got Pave 4 that making free money, right? The Pave 4, $400 and something million. Where am I taking it from? That he would build a road from North Panton all the way to East Africa. Can you imagine? Should we name the other companies that we have that the government of Liberia have given concession that they are connected? No. I'm not saying private foreign connection. You go and figure it out. But this is Liberia we're talking about. Kempson, this is Liberia we're talking about. Money walk, and you tell me the rest. And where we are today, Gibson, the Europeans say we are not only going to court AIDS, but the African country that connected to this guy, they will not receive the monthly salary for the country. Every day, Gafan talk about we get 30 million aid grant for Europe. Every day, Gafan begging for salary for Europe. 40 million, yeah. Then the government say, hey, 10 million. Then the government say, hey, they want to cut aid from Sierra Leone. So, Gibson, let's hear you. As we close on this thing, I want to play that video. If anybody have that video, please send it to me. When the camera guy was going behind Gregory Coleman like this and somebody else. You remember that video, right? I'm trying to find it. Somebody sent it to me. It's something about that meeting. It can somebody that follow us right now. Send me that video, please. Let's play. I want to remind the Liberian people on something. Do you think something going to come for the drugs operation when you get Usman Ali celebrating his birthday party at private bar just in May? And after it was tipped off that we got trouble, the man fled the country, he ran. When you got Marcus Brown in the country up to the 8th of June, mysteriously he disappeared. The people that made the man run away, all the people walking, the judge is free in Bomi County celebrating. The county attorney free, she's celebrating. Then they say they're going to take the superintendent and they fire him. Hey, case closed. But who released Marcus Brown? Now we're talking about the confidential documents, the connections. My fellow Liberian will open the phone. I want to hear you. We really want to hear you. They think it's finito. The drugs people operating. When you see, let me say this, and I'm not blaming all the Lebanese people. I'm not blaming all the other people, the Fulani, the Madingo people, but business people as a whole. They run a business all day dry, but they are running a multi-million-dollar business. You say, where you get the money from? A man coming in Liberia with over $500,000 cash from Sierra Leone, Bowater side. Then you say, but who gave you the money? Where you get the money from? And the government want to tell they don't know. Gibson, talk to us, man. Talk to us. We got to move on, folks. Listen, this is it. We got to speak up. We got to tell the Liberian people the truth. We are in trouble because this guy that is being protected as alleged by Nadia BABO. This man is right there. He controls the army. He controls the police. That's what he wants to do in Liberia. This guy. The man want to control AFL. He want to control Gregory Coleman and the Liberian National Police, and he's not already controlling them. He's controlling the LDA. This man. Not a concession agreement this man won. So lawmaker now will not agree to. Every day you see that in Sierra Leone. This guy, the most notorious drug kingpin, cocaine operator. The man had his daughter in Liberia. But Gibson, take it away. Don't let me talk alone. And we're bringing a former representative, Yeke Kolubat. Gibson, take this thing away. Talk to me. Gibson, are you with us? You okay? Look, let's go. Okay, well, we're about to go to. Go ahead, Gibson. Talk to us.
No. I mean, I was waiting for you. You know, Stanton, I said earlier, my fear is enlarging by the fact that this man is right next door. It's like somebody tell you that there's a man who is stealing people meat at the trap. So John Brown meat was stolen the next trap, and then your meat get missing, and people want to know who is stealing. We have a drug situation in Monrovia. A huge consignment of cocaine, the grandfather of Kush. Now, we're not talking about Kush here now. We're talking about cocaine. Kush was here, we're playing fun. But now we are talking about $90.2 million of grandfather of Kush, cocaine, who were just confiscated at the Liberia International Airport. Then all of a sudden, the Netherlands says the man who was convicted for 24 years jail sentence, who was sentenced to 24-year jail sentence, is right in our neighbor's house. This man is one of the most dangerous drug dealer in the world today. This man takes his drug from Central America. He uses new route of drug distribution, bring it to Sierra Leone, package it, and distribute it to other countries. I want to sink in for a little bit. Does the drug that we see, the cocaine that we saw in the picture, well packaged, well cargoed, and transported from a warehouse undisturbed to the Robertson International Airport and about to leave Liberia, could this man be part of this drug problem that we are facing right now? And if you ask me, I would say the government of Liberia needs to open its eye very clear. And because the government of Liberia is dilly-dallying with this issue, there will be a lot of congestion, there will be a lot of guesses, there will be a lot of concern for the Liberian people that this man might already have planted his tentacles in Monrovia, in Liberia. Because you cannot tell me the man that white people are afraid of, Netherlands convicted, all other countries know the man to be the most dangerous drug dealer, who discovered new routes of distribution. He's right there in Freetown, protected by the Sierra Leone government, refused by the Sierra Leone government to be turned over to the Dutch government. And we, in the instance of that, we are confiscating huge consignment of cocaine, the same kind of drugs that this man is peddling around the world. It is scary. It is disturbing, and the government of Liberia need to get up and do their work, because we need to know the source of this drug. And that is why they are not telling us. You can indict King all you want. Where did the drug come from? You want to tell me the Liberian government does not know? They cannot know where the drug came from? Because they know when they tell us where the drug came from, my guess is going to be that the drug came over the border from Sierra Leone. That would be my intelligent guess. Thank you.
Let's hear your closely on this, Dr. George. I know your folks saying that we should give them a chance because we just came poop with this information, and they will be appearing tomorrow. No problem. We'll wait for them. There's an embarrassment from the Sierra Leone government. There's an embarrassment to host a guy that bringing drugs, cocaine, and we hope to hear from them. Yes, there's indeed we share common borders. We are family in Sierra Leone and in Liberia. But this guy in the picture, before you come in, Emmanuel George, let me bring in Representative Yeke Cordoba. He's back in Liberia. It's good to have you, Representative Cordoba. Thank you for joining us, sir.
Thank you, Senator. You want me to speak?
Yeah, let's speak about this guy, Yeke. It came through, and we got a lot of information that this guy is the most dangerous, notorious criminal, drugs, kingpin, cocaine. It's bad, and he got everybody operating in Liberia now. Talk to me, Yeke.
Stanton, so we need to be fair with the Liberian people. As long as the national security is providing security for this man, there will be nothing good happening in the country. And Mr. Bwaka is aware of what's going on. Don't say nobody will tell Mr. Bwaka is not aware. Mr. Bwaka is the chief cartel of drugs in Liberia. Mr. Bwaka is the chief cartel of drugs in Liberia. I now voted for Gregory Kuma. I now voted for Jeremiah Kun. That is why I said going forward, my issue is with Joseph Bwaka. Joseph Bwaka must reconcile and behave well in this country. Joseph Bwaka must run the country in the way that the Liberian people will be liberated, and the Liberian people will get the just when it comes to rule of law and other issues. Joseph Bwaka need to tell the Liberian people who brought drugs in the country. Joseph Bwaka is the chief drugs cartel in the Republic of Liberia. The reason why Joseph Bwaka normally go to Freetown, those are the kind of reasons to go and have meeting with the drugs cartel.
You think we don't know? And people sit down and try to make fun with it? You think Gregory don't know what's going on? You think the Justice Minister don't know what's going on? When you try to say, I will take you to court. Who's afraid of court? Who's afraid of being arrested here? Stanton, if we don't hit the nail on the head, when you want to kill the snake, kill it from the head. Mr. Bwaka is the chief cartel of drugs in this country. And he's the one that gave instruction to his national security to provide security for the men. Anytime you see Joseph Bwaka crossing that border, they go have a meeting with the drugs cartel. Anytime you see Joseph Bwaka crossing it, you think Joseph Bwaka not supposed to take action by now? You think Joseph Bwaka don't know that his national security is intonating real correct? 100%? You think Joseph Bwaka don't know? Joseph Bwaka is aware. But when you try to say, I'll leave it with them, you leave it with them, you're right. We will deal with you until you govern the country the right way. You make commitment to me, Yeke, that you will govern the country the right way. So I'm not looking at anybody. Yami Bese, the who, the chief justice, the deputy chief justice. I can never discuss it anymore. Joseph Bwaka will have to run this country. If he's not able, if he's very incapacitated, let him resign. Let him take the country over to Jeremiah Kun. We knew that Jeremiah was going to be president one day. And that the reason why we voted for Joseph Bwaka to come to the presidency. So we see people, when Joseph Bwaka come to power, and Jeremiah will come to power, it will not be easy. We know that he was going to come to power one day. When the president is incapacitated, the next person in line is Jeremiah Kun. You don't like it, go jump in the ocean and kill yourself. That's the reality. Mr. Bwaka, Joseph Bwaka will run the country the best way. If you don't run it, he have me to contend with. I will give you a better Liberia. I'm in the country. I will keep the country hard until I get ready to go for 2-3 months. Who has followed Joseph Bwaka when you try to say they will come and arrest you? I'm here. If you want to arrest them, come in the day. Straight on. Anybody come to my door. That's the most will pick up somebody. You want to arrest me? I can be in the street every day. Arrest me. Straight on. We need to stop that thing. We're making mockery of the Liberian people. Why the Liberian people keep suffering? Then when you're beating around the bush, when you brought one responsible on the platform to discredit and run this here. And I'm angry with you, Senator. Why bring for the formula here? Or pay agent like that? Who is he?
So you can hold you there. You can get angry all you want. This is the people's platform, Yeke, you need to stop. This is the people's platform. Everybody welcome to come and talk. You talk your own, the mentor your own. You talk your own, the mentor your own. It doesn't matter, but we will not go there, Yeke. You and myself will not go there. You talk your own. This is not a one-way traffic, okay? This is not, you talk but tell me. You talk your own, the people that talk their own. Right? So it's up to you. It's up to you. But again, Robin's here with Kat. No. Ain't no brother in your business. No, ain't no brother in your business. Everybody welcome to come and talk. Nobody has small children here.
You can't want me to talk about talking my own. Like,
you talk your own for the family. We can't talk your own. All right, but we are talking about the drugs issue. Yeke.
We got the information who all went to freedom.
Again, that's what I want us to talk about because I'm Ishe. I want to call, don't make out their name. That's what I want us to talk about.
Does he respect the law before he comes and talk issues?
Thank you, Yeke. But again, you're welcome to the show. I know you and myself will never get along. At the end of the day, we still talk about Liberia because this is the people's network. Everybody free to come and talk their own. We will not stop anybody from coming on the show. Asido, let me come to you before I go back to Emmanuel George. Asido, this is where we found problem with this government. When we say people saying, but it happened during Jawea time. But Jawea happened, sometimes I get tired when it happened during Jawea time. Let's talk about now. Let's talk about now. How can we solve this problem? Isaac, let's talk about now that the people have no faith, no belief, no confidence in the government of investigating. Yeke is right. President Bwaka knows this thing. He yet get briefed every second. What the president waiting for? An international reporter say we not close the case. When we get drip and pieces, that they arresting the person every 3 weeks, they arrest one Fula man, every 3 weeks they arrest one Yanambo. Is that how we operate in the $20 million cocaine? I said, what's going on? Why Gregory and Oswald 12 wasting our time about arrest? When you get Mamadou, how you call him, Jonathan Mamadou? The people are talking. When you get these guys then and they call them for statement and say, go in peace, may the Lord be with you. I say, when we start running church, Catholic church, may the Lord be with you and also with you. What's going on, Isaac?
So, Staton, Yeke is right. Mr. Cummins was right. Rodney Sear was right. To have a real understanding of this cocaine thing, we have to have independent investigators. Independent investigators, like in our other small brothers, can understand it to mean the government of Switzerland. No. Independent means people who are not part of the government, who are doing their own job, their own business on the side, bring them in to take on investigation. Start on. The information that I ran, it will go nowhere. So we are talking about 90 million. And you know the reason why this cocaine issue is important? It is because the actual ring of cocaine dealers, drugs dealers that have been disturbing our country are the actual ones involved. Those people, if you were to break this thing, the drugs business will be, you can solve it, but it will decrease to a greater extent because those involved are the ones actually into this one. And again, like Rodney Sear said, they must look at the appointments. And you know the thing they call God? God doesn't sleep. God doesn't sleep. Imagine the first shipment of cocaine went from parking house to the airport. Nobody detected cocaine. It went. Nobody detected cocaine. You know the reason why this one was detected? Because God can sleep. It wasn't because they actually seized cocaine. It was because the weight was not adding up. The physical weight and the air bill. God just brought something. They were trying for it to go through, but something just happened. And the whole secret buzzed out. There are people in this government that will talk. I know there is a name starting with J, who is honor. Anyway, people in this government will talk. The reason why people will talk is that the government is trying to use certain people as a sacrificial lamb. Those people are saying, you know what, you told me you won't do this to me. So, yeah, you do you think, poor man, do you know how much people will need to spend to actually get 19 million worth of cocaine? You talk about almost 8 to 9 million. That's what you need to spend to get about 90. Who get 8 to 9 million? You say the small taxi driver there. You mean the cocaine came in this country? Nobody knew of where it came from. Nobody, not a single soul. The first shipment went. No one detected it. Nobody saw cocaine inside. It was chicken soup or whatever. It went. Nobody. Again, like I said, the big people that are involved in the investigation, they need to give way. Independent people who are distinct from the government, who are not connected, need to take charge. The reason why we are so confident is because the God in heaven cannot sleep. When people start getting fed up with being pushed, with being used, and there's one person that I know will say bad things and people will put their head on their head because they are getting fed up, say, you know why you're so to protect me. That's not what you guys said. There are certain secret things going on that are not in public, but we know those secret things. It only that when we eat certain terror, we can tell certain things. I want to see myself in plane, getting in plane, living from this place, landing somewhere else. When I open my mouth and talk, I will not be afraid. Hey, Allah. I'll stop there.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let me bring in Emmanuel George. Emmanuel George, when we close on this drugs issue, it's important for us to understand that two things happen here. Either the government is failing because nobody can understand this saga investigation. Every week, every 2 weeks, they will go for driver. Every week, every 2 weeks, they will go for young boys to arrest. We imagine that with all the names and information out there, there's only parking that say, you know, I got a contract with the government, I mean, go to Liberia and fed yo. Everybody else You want to tell me that Ato Aduda, you can touch him? You want to tell me that all the other people, they have escaped? What do we have a joint security for? And then at the end of the day, when people put together a document, they say the document fake. But what pisses me off about the document, those that put together the document, they're scared to come and talk. They are cowards. They want to use other people to chew the pepper, use other people's mouth to chew the pepper. You're Liberian. You put together a very unique document. If you give it to the president, come up and talk. You cannot sit in the back and say, no, yeah, I don't want to say that. What kind of person you are?
I like that word.
Yeah. You know, don't use my mouth for me to chew your pepper. You understand that we know you. You put the document together. People applaud the document. Then you're scared to talk. You cannot be goat and sheep. You cannot be cat and dog. If we got to fight this thing together, forget that the government will give you a job. That one will not happen. You got to come up and speak, Emmanuel. You got to say, yes, I gave this to the president when we were in Europe. You got to say, yes, the president saw this. Yes, I gave this to the advisor. Then leak it out. Right, Gibson? But you say that and you say, I don't want to talk. Then shut up. If you don't want to fight the drugs thing, don't get involved. If you don't want to talk, don't bring document to us. If you tied in the knot and you have investigated and this report are concerning, come up and speak. That only other people know how to talk to die, but you can talk from only in the back. Emmanuel George, this is when we're talking about hundreds of billions of dollars drugs kingpin, more than S. Pablo, in West Africa, in Sierra Leone, visited Liberia before. This is not, I don't want to go there. Take it from me, Emmanuel George. These guys, they are pretenders. And
yes, that is serious, but before I forget.
They are taught, they think what happened. Then don't talk. Don't waste my time, Emmanuel. Talk, my brother.
This is a serious situation, and people are challenged. It's not like in the 80s when we were in different student group fighting against though. We at level sometimes we did not care for our lives. But as you get older, you know, people get challenged and have other things to discuss. But let me say this then, and forgive me if I had a call. Let me first of all, Yeke, after the show on today, Thursday, on Tuesday, a couple of friends called me from the UK to tell me how deeply you entrenched you are in the drugs fight in Liberia. How you are one of those who actually have fought against drugs in Liberia. I don't know why the government is not newsing you. I didn't know that part of your story, but let me thank you for your bravery and your service to the nation in that capacity. And the president report, Yeke, those ghettos that are listed on page 13, 14, 15, 16, do they exist? Do you know about it? Have you heard about it? The names of those people who are mentioned on that page, are they real people? Have you heard about them? That's the curiosity I have on the report. Last night, the deputy director of ORC for operation could not answer the question. He said they didn't exist. But do you know about Yeke? Because you're one of the person people have told me that you are a very great resource when it comes to the fight against drugs in Liberia. You have great idea. So if you have read the report, I will give my time to you if you can just answer that part and make my statement later.
So, Dada Imaya, Steno, can I come in 1 minute to at least respond to him?
Yeah, sure.
So, Dada Imaya, if you want to raise drugs in this country, you must have the power, the backing of the president. That the president will tell you, move, go and do what you want to do. That I might want raiding drugs in this country. I was a police officer and using SSS-17. The brain points call it set it on fire. So what I need to understand that when it comes to drugs business, from the men are raiding drugs to him, not a second party, not a third party. When I was raiding drugs, when former President Taylor told me to raid drugs, from me to former President Taylor, you know what we did? We kept people in jail for 1 year. When I arrest you, If I don't free you, Chatelain will have to free you. If Chatelain don't free you, you in jail for the longest. Look, you need to close your eyes and enforce the drug business. People were arrested, security people were arrested, were taken to post-stock it. All the security people were arrested were taken to post-stock it. Nobody will come in that drugs business beside me or former President Taylor. And when you do that, you get a drugs business going on. Look, Dada Imara, you don't know the drugs business got too much money in it. Too much money in it. The poor bring the money. What former President Taylor used to elect me for, when the poor bring the money, I will arrest the poor, I get the money. I say, Chief, you have the money the poor give me. He said, yeah, go take it and eat it. People don't know how I got money. That is how I got money. Because when I arrest you, you gave me 50,000 US. I will take that money to former President Taylor. He will say, yeah, he gave you the money, right? Take it and go eat it. It happened to Momo Jiba and myself. When I went to Kongotan Barrow, check the records, ask people. There was a lady that they used to call Matu. Used to sell drugs to Kongotan Barrow. When I raided that place, you know what I did to that woman? When Chatelain Hall, because he wanted that girl to be, that woman to be arrested. Chatelain called me that time. Jote was the police commander. I went on my own operation and put my officer in the police pickup. When Chatelain called me, he wanted to see who arrested Matu. When I was taking Matu to Chatelain place, they were cutting Matu hair sabu in the back of the pickup. Chatelain told me, say, this is your prisoner, carry her anywhere you feel like carry her. Momo Jiba took money and gave it to me, 75,000 Lewate. I ate that money. Jote say, who gave you the money? I say, I got the money. I ate it. I trust money. And Matu was in jail. Nobody released Matu beside me or Chatelain. Look, you want to be friends with drug. Nobody can raid drugs beside Drafe, man. Let me tell you something today. You got to be having Drafe, you have to be having the mind to raid drugs. But if people don't want to raid drugs got money. You know how many security points being supported by the drugs business? Nobody will tell you that drugs ain't got money that large. Drugs got serious money.
So before your time over that list, I'm sure you got a report. That page 13.
Yes, most of the ghetto exists.
Okay.
And the people know very well. Most of the ghetto exists. But people are facilitators. When AD is going to raid, the people are going to raid will call the people. Say, we're coming to your place. Though. How will you be going to raid? Then you informing the people that you're going to go raid. For what? What are people joking with the young people left for? My first son died from drugs. That's why you married. My first son died from drugs. People don't know how it look like. So if you're now vetting, you will not know how it look like. You think supposed to be passing around here and be wearing long trousers around here? They're supposed to be in jail. Executive order. Beside the president, it must be nobody beside the president. Until Joseph Boakai can do that, he's not really, he's a serious facilitator. And he's the chief cartel. Thank you.
Thank you for confirming that, Liz. Yeah, I'll make my statement later about that report. But I needed someone who already know the environment to confirm that those places exist. Since the ORC operation came last night and told us that they exist.
Yeah, that's a great job you did, but that's violation of people's rights, though.
Yes, can I have my 2 minutes on this, man? I came before these guys.
I mean, let the man talk. Don't interrupt the guy, man. You got to talk. Everybody will talk. Maybe trying to squeeze something in. But let me say this, though. You know, before we bring in the rest of the guys, Gibson, some sicknesses and illnesses need some drastic medication. Let me say this. Drugs is not a joke. For all to put somebody and say they will carry the person to jail, they will take bomb, but then so will take bomb, they will beg the person to sign contract to talk. We are talking about cocaine that will be destroying the next generation. And it's a violation. Let me say this to all Liberians. President Boakai will start firing people and bring some serious people in to investigate. Advisors close to the president. They are part of this thing. We know them. And so if you look at Yeke, we understand the terrain of Charles Taylor then, right? We're just coming out of war. But you needed that kind of action. And from then up to today, see the difference. See what's happening in our country. From coach is elevated to cocaine. The law got to be the law, of course. But the law people that's supposed to be presenting the law, they are the one protecting the drugs dealers in the country. Every finger pointing to LDA. Every finger pointing to the Liberia National Police. Every finger pointing to Oscar Twe or Oswald Twe and the Justice Department. Then people will say, but who will investigate? You take it to them, nothing will come out of it. Nothing will come out of it.
I was trying to
break the law. I'm not saying
I was trying to like Yeke every day, but when he told now, I think I gotta go to war. Economic crime.
No. But we will go there if we have to go there. The drugs in the country need one economic crime court. The drug situation in our country. We're not saying that you must grab people and shave their head. But President Boyka, I think his action to the drugs things is concerning. He's not involved. Jeremiah Quinn is not involved. I don't believe it. But I think that their action, they are complacent. They got to be more to this thing, to this investigation, Gibson. This investigation, we got to do more. But let me come to you, Tamba. Then we'll go to my brother Chief Fubi, Jebosi, and Conor Gray. They got to do more. I mean, from June 8th, today is July 16th, over a month, you only get 2 people. From May 22nd, and we still deciding whether we get people to court. Keep saying, what kind of madness is that? We still fighting who might go to court or who might not go to court. Are we serious? When you get these people that are involved with private bar, Leroy, the names, they call the man for statement, they tell the man to go. Jonathan Mamalu, they call the man for statement, they tell him to go. Marcus Brown, he in Saloon, he not in Saloon. He's the big drugs cartel, they are protecting him. Companies involved. And you want to tell us that why you can say about, okay, all right, let come to you, Tama. Let come to you.
Yeah, thank you, CEO. I'm going to address the first part based on Representative Yeke Koluba's assertions. And then I will address our collective desire to see the fight against illicit drug and cocaine in our society won by this government and the people of Liberia. You see, when Stella just said, he said President Joseph Numa Boakai and Vice President Jeremiah Kuhn are not involved in the drug trade in Liberia or the cocaine trade. And I do agree with you. But to allow someone like Yeke to sit on this national platform to accuse the president of being involved in cocaine trade, look, that is outrageous. It is outrageous. It is something.
That freedom of speech, you want to stop the man from speaking out?
No. Look, did I say he should not speak?
Yeah, but don't say I allowed him. Don't do that.
Okay.
Don't do that. The scene where you are speaking and you get right to come on the show and talk, he has his right to talk.
I agree.
We don't have a one-way traffic of government in the country. You need to stop this.
So let me say,
don't tell me say I allow him. Don't do that.
Agala, let me ask you a question. Agala, let me ask you a question. Do you really believe in your soul that Joseph Boakai and Gregory are not connected to the drug? I believe they are connected.
Okay, thank you, Gibson. You asked a question. Thank you.
Let Tama finish up. Tama, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I don't believe that the President Joseph Numa Boakai is involved in the drug trade in Liberia. But here's where, when someone like Yeke come to market his ignorance, it's accepted. Because Yeke is known as a crazy man in our society because of his past war.
So I'm going to cut you off. You will not talk to your fellow panelists like that. Let's discuss the issue. If you have something to say, no, you can go ahead on his podcast.
1 minute to
No. This is wrong. Do not leave the conversation. Move on with the conversation. If Yeke crazy, if Yeke ignorant, do it in your podcast. You are intelligent, man. You are not crazy. Discuss the issue, my friend.
Oh, sorry. I apologize to the network and I apologize to our listeners in Radio Land. Yeke, my apologies to you. You're my nephew. But yeah,
apologize to me.
Cut the man off. Cut the man off. The man do wrong. You continue to end his statement.
No, I'm not cutting man off. We are all moving. We're not cutting man off. Go ahead. Continue, Tamba.
Yeke also just confessed to torture and crimes that he committed when he was in the police force, when he was leading the fight against drugs. And I have been in advocacy for 20 years, Yeke Koluba. We have advocated for an end to the culture of impunity in Liberia. And what you just shared tonight, as much as we want to win the war against cocaine and illicit drug in our community, in our society, we should do it according to the rule of law. When people are arrested, they should be booked, they should be charged, indicted, and prosecuted based on evidence. Not torture, not treated as slave, not put in the back of a pickup because you have the power of the president, even if you are reporting directly to the president. And finally, we do want to win the fight against illicit drug and corruption in our society, Mr. Koluba. And we do urge this government that they should continue to push to lead this investigation and let the chips fall where they may be. When I come on a solution-based politics, I would say we may probably need to look at the LDA to see how operational they are. And we know that there are some elements within that agency today that may have been compromised. You all have seen the movies. Maybe this is time to set up a special task force between Guinea, Liberia, and Sierra Leone, the Minor Royal Union countries, and Ivory Coast, to see how we can reinforce our borders to make sure that we can continue to track the cartels and dismantle their operation. But we should do it always according to the rule of law, not torture, not extortion, and not taking bribes, because we have seen that happening. And then finally, a CEO, I don't mean to attack Yeke Koluba, but Yeke, for the sake of our country, as much as we appreciate your service, your past service, you should do so if you were ever to be successful. You know, you have told people here they are better way in the wheelbarrows. If you were ever to be successful to come back in government because your friends have sent you out of the House of Legislature, you should do it. Yeah, you should respect the traditions and you should do it according to the law. Yeke, don't torture people. I will stand there.
No, I just get a concern for Tamba. I want him to address it. That's all. Since he's talking for Tamba.
Tamba time is up, but you can. Tamba time is up, but you can ask your concern.
Yeah, thank you. If that could be my talking point, no problem. Tamba, this is just a concern from me, and I want you to please, look into it. So there is a building being constructed in Foya, cost some 10 million, around 10 million. I want you to please help me, Mr. Tama. I want you to look in every agency in Liberia financial report. And please point to the agency where that money coming from to build a house. Please help me with it. You can take 10 years. Look in every agency in Liberia.
So because where that money coming from. We got the question and we'll pause on that question. Tama, you will not answer because that's a whole different topic, and I know I asked it.
No, I just leave it for future. Yeah. I want you to look at.
All right, we'll put the parking lot.
You want you to meditate on it, yeah, and have.
Yeah, look, take your time. Look in every report, every agency, everywhere. Look, take your time and find it.
Yeah. Let me bring in Chief Henry, Chief Fubi. People will get vexed as the condition solves the problem. It was a different season, different time. You pledge allegiance to Charles Taylor only. You know that, Fubi. Yeke is right. He take the problem to Charles Taylor. Charles Taylor said do X, Y, and Z. That was the kind of government we had at the time. But you know what? Those measures took serious effect. Fubi, I know what you be saying. You've been calling for them to castrate people too that sexually molested and raped young babies. And I agree with you. There's nothing got to stop. Yeah, we have people selling drugs in the country and we babysitting them. We babysitting them and say the law is, the law got to be the law. But can you imagine we are babysitting them, asking questions whether they should go to court when you got $20 million worth of cocaine in the person's house? That's the law, of course. That's the Constitution. We will be law abiding. But let's face it. A drastic illness, cancer, that is spreading through all your body. If they say dream bleach, you will dream bleach because you won't live. That's the measures we need in Liberia right now. But we can confirm with every certainty that people that part of the joint security drugs issue investigation, they are involved directly with the Sierra Leone drugs kingpin. They are. And we yet talking about Yama, the measures that Yeke took. It served Liberia for 10 some more years. Here we are today, cocaine in the country. Can President Boakai appoint a drugs czar that they would do here in America, Chief Fubi? Should the president appoint a drugs czar? As the investigation is going, that person will supervise, that person will be part of this investigation. Because opposition, imposition, the Liberian people are satisfied with Gregory Coleman and the joint security team. Should President Boakai appoint a drugs czar, somebody that will oversee this thing and be fair and transparent and get the civil society involved? We don't believe in Gregory Coleman. We don't believe in Oswald 12. We don't believe in them. Sorry, Fubi. We need an independent person that will go there and monitor and observe the investigation. A committee of a whole. Because this thing ain't going anywhere. Fubi, talk to me. The Liberian people, they are tired. They love President Joseph Yema Boakai. They know he's not involved. We want to believe in the president. But every day, the joint security will go and meet the puppy in the morning and gain something and let low and form out their own thing. It's concerning. Can President Boakai say, you know what, enough is enough? We will have a drugs czar. You report to him, I want his information, set a time frame. Have Ome set a time? No. But talk to me, Fubi. We getting there. Talk to me.
So the whole stuff, I just few points I'll make quickly. I think the first point when you asked when Decker spoke, he said the president protecting the guy. The guy is in Sierra Leone, he's not in Liberia, so he's not being protected by the Liberian government. So it's the Sierra Leone government that is under that jurisdiction, not the Liberian government. So just to clear that part. And the issue with the drug issue is a big issue. I think we saw during the past regime, one immigration officer accused a lawmaker of having drugs in a car, and they invited her to the House of Representatives, and she fainted before them. So this is a big fight that we have to deal with at every point. And the issue about calling for independent investigators, I know Mr. Cummings spoke, he said he needed independent international investigator, and I will have several back and forth on that. I say, we're not happy, because you have a sovereign government. The only thing you can do is you have a lead, you inform the police to support, but you will not have any independent investigation that will take place, because at the end of the day, also going to end up in court. So we will not, the court, the judiciary system also, we have condemned it also to a larger extent. That it's not credible. We saw the $100 million that just went in fiasco and the guys were set free. So the system is rotting all over. And the cartel, they can just say that drug guy enough money. And I've said it here many times. There's too much money in drugs, and the guys know how to buy their way through, and they know how to find their way. And so getting independent investigators are not going to change that, not going to change the situation as long as you have a rotten court system, because the guys will also manipulate that system to get their guys off. So they might give one person up and say, look, man, just go there, they will prosecute you, but we'll find a way to get you out. And that person will go through, and at the end of the day, the person will walk out free. So my only issue with the European guys, I will still go back on them. As sophisticated as they are, how they will allow drugs to leave from West Africa that is not sophisticated and enter their country without them detecting it. That's a big problem. So our fight for the Liberian government, I would say for them, the police, I know the drugs cartel will also infiltrate the police, the DEA, because they got money to buy almost everybody. But at the same time, we want to see a massive fight. We want to see more exposure. We want to see more stronger measures. We want to pray on the court to learn to be credible, at least for once. If they want to also save the next generation, they must also be credible and not to allow themselves to be bought by the drug cartel, because these guys know how to find their way through. Then on the other hand, I've always said the government should also invest in the rehabilitation center. Because if you can make your environment less attractive, people will not come and dump drugs into your country. Probably it might just be used for transnational transaction. But on the sort, the intake, we have to ensure that we encourage ourselves, encourage our children, encourage our family members, friends, to at least as much as possible get out of the habit of taking in drugs. Whatever kind of drugs addiction they have, they should find a way to get out. And the government should also support that with strong, rehabilitation programs. That's the other side, because the DEA can do all the arrests, prosecute people, but if you don't have a strong rehabilitation program to offset it, you're also wasting your time, because you have all of these guys recycling. And the last time we also heard that even South Beach, the guys were taking in selling drugs into South Beach, into the prison cell. So that also tells you how rotten the system is, that you have people in jail, but the jail securities are selling drugs to them, because they will not have the opportunity to come outside the bar. But people are in the jail and they're taking it and selling to them. So that tells you how rotten the system is. So we have it's a big fight. And all of us have to put our acts together. The media playing a part, we're calling them out, we're condemning. But the security sector, the people in the medical field, everybody needs to play their part to ensure that we solve this problem holistically and reduce it to at least to a bare minimum. But it's going to be it's still a difficult fight, because big countries with all their sophistication, they are not managed. I think we should start looking at Singapore, looking at China, how they have managed to reduce drugs and use some of those measures. I think there were some of the draconian, the stringent measures that Yeke talked about, how to deal with some of those things, because bad soul need bad medicine. And that's the only way you can solve some of that problem. If you don't apply bad medicine, you're wasting your time. Thank you. I think Jeff, you can take him on that.
No, thank you. I'm here. I was trying to unmute myself. Jeff, let's hear you, Jeff, please.
Thank you, Stanton, and Yeke, thank you for everything. And still,
Jeff, you please give me 30 seconds.
Go ahead, and then I will take off from you.
You mute yourself. You cover 30 seconds, then you mute yourself again, Gibson.
Phoebe, you spoke very well, except that I really agree with Agalas today. Yeke, that government you're running, that not government, our rebel organization. So whatever they did, that why the boss man say.
I cancel the 30 seconds.
I know, stand up.
We know.
I don't want.
Government. Let's talk about today now.
No, I agree, but here is the thing, Stanton. We cannot be advocating for the rule of law at the same time we're advocating for jungle justice.
No, we are not advocating for jungle justice. Yeke is saying what he did in the past, right?
But they may get somebody in jail for 1 year.
Yeah. Bring war economic crime code, we discuss it. Today we talk about $20 million war for cocaine. You can't even get war economic crime code money to establish and say, then you talk about something. Yeah, that's the other. Wait, listen, when the people start bringing corporal punishment, don't be your child, don't do that. All the training rule. That what made the training rule. Flog the child. The child will not be crazy. Maybe that what makes them all better today. When they used to pepper us, you think that corporal punishment made us where we are today? We're all pepper in our nose. Who know what we're going to be?
Facebook will shut us down, man. Look at the languages.
Yeah, man. The pepper will not have a pepper in the nose. But Chelsea, go ahead, continue. Let's talk.
So, Stanton, our country is not only importing cocaine and exporting cocaine to other countries with the consent of the government. We are also cleaning the cocaine money in our country. And I'm not saying these people are the ones doing it or they are the part, and I want you to be clear. I just gave you an example. Take, for example, this People Fat company was given a $400 million concession without a competitive process, $400 million to be paid back in 20 years. So just an example. I'm not saying they are the one they're using to clean the money. No, it's an example I'm stating. The Sierra Leonean president was present for the groundbreaking of the road construction. The Salone president was present with Joseph Boakai at that groundbreaking. So this is how the cocaine money could be clean in our country. It's possible. So our country is at a serious risk at this point. Nowhere in the world somebody will pass into law a $400 million contract without a competitive process, without scrutinizing the contract. And it passed with 5G speed in our legislature. Our country is at a brink and needs to be seriously looked at by international organization, or the international community needs to come in and help our country. We are drowning in cocaine and the government is complicit. And yes, the reason why Yeke is saying Joseph Boakai and Jeremiah Kun knows about it is because they are not taking any action. They are complicit. Why people are not being fired? Why there are not deadlines on reports? Why are they encouraging their government official to insult and attack people who talk against the cartel if they are not complicit? They should be. This is about country, it's not about politics. And Tama, you are a hypocrite when these people said that the former president, His Excellency George Weah, were importing drugs. You agreed to it. You did not say it was wrong.
I'll have my 30 seconds to respond.
You don't have to respond. You agreed to it. I accused him. But now, Boakai is caught, his hand is caught in the cookies jar. You say no. He's not. He's directly involved. Why are there proliferation of betting places in our country? Casinos in our country. Why? And all the casino owners are from Freetown. Why are they? You can't see what's happening in our country. It's destroying our youth. It's not about politics any longer or clannish, commitment. It's not about that. It's about
thank you, Jeff.
The cocaine is causing in
I
our
want to
country.
agree with you. With the small casino and gambling center in the country, it's all about to cover up for the drugs deal. I want to agree with you. Most of them. I want to agree with you. Most of them, if you rather say connect the dots, these things are happening for a reason. And I just pray, you know why? I think President Boakai is clouded with fake advisors, most of them, right? That telling him, say, the president need to come up and address the nation to appoint a ZAR committee. And you know what I'm talking about, Colonel Gray. When this issue happened here about guns and drugs and fentanyl and all this cocaine, guess what happened? They appointed ZARs to oversee this investigation. What President Boakai wants us to believe that the joint security that involved the LDA and Gregory Coleman Labrador National Police will give us a sanity in this investigation. It will not happen, Colonel Gray. We need men of integrity that are not part of this thing to get involved and tell the Liberian people the truth. This is becoming very slow-paced operation because these guys believe that they pay money. Go through the country today. Who talking about drugs? Colonel Gray, go on Facebook. Who else talking about drugs in the country? Let's pause for a minute. The threatening running CA, threatening his family in Liberia. Man, I mean, they can say what they want to say about me, no problem. But we are talking about cocaine. These guys have millions of dollars. They are giving people 10,000, 15,000. I heard the news about somebody they gave money to. Now you cannot hear the network talking about drugs no more. The radio station came up. Let me tell you something, and you will get very with me. When the drugs business came up, look among us. Some of our friends appeared only one time. When they left, they can't come back again. I'm not calling nobody name on the show. They appear one time. I want Liberian people to know. They appear only one time. They talk about drugs, they run away, they will never come back. I don't want to call nobody name. Not that they are part of it, but they quiet, they silent them. They say, my man, don't go on that show and talk about drugs business. When the first drugs business came, Kanye appeared one time. One time Kanye appeared. He said the government and President Boakai will lose his legacy.
I thought you said you called it names.
I forget calling the man name. Since that day, the man can come again. Vendetta Patrick appeared one time. Since that day, you can't see Vendetta Patrick. But that the people will come and lecture us. When I see Kanye talking about the justice, he appeared one time. I called Kanye and said, Kanye, where you at? Kanye said, my man, my internet not working. Kanye, Central Internet will not work. I mean, how can we do this to ourselves? They tell me, my man, I'm going to discuss that drugs issue. Look at other network there. They will play slow music. They will play Jesus Love the Little Children, but the drugs is destroying the little children. They will play Gene Weed. When we all get to heaven, and the drugs still taking people to heaven, how can you have people? They say they have integrity, but the government has silenced them. People in the government have silenced them. They can't show face. People say they're writing dossier of confidential information. My mom issuing to call the name. Those people that we know that wrote those documents, I will call the name. You tell them you're coming on the show. They say we can't come on the show because you know what? We don't want to come. Can you imagine this nonsense? Your information is unique. You call the LDA people name. You call the government official name, but you're scared to come forth and talk. You want us to use our mouth to chew your pepper. Why you pray to God in heaven that you will not be seen. If you want to fight, join us, let's fight the drugs cartel. What's stopping you? Keep saying, you wrote the document. Come and talk about the document. If you get a document that Joseph Boakai, come and say. If you know A.B. Kromah is involved, come and say yes. This.
You muted yourself, Stanton.
No, I muted him.
That the drugs cartel muted me because I almost called somebody name. Colonel Gray, don't hire yourself. Don't hire yourself. Don't do that. If you wrote the document on that drugs team, come and say it. If you don't say it, we'll call your name. We will call your name. Forget
man, revealing your source, man. You can't do that.
The source will be the source to fight drugs. Don't run and hire yourself. Then you want us to talk. Then you say, I will not talk. You will not talk, but you not share all the document, all what you say you will not talk. Colonel Gray, man, you got to stop it. This is embarrassment. We are talking about the drugs cartel fighting this thing. Huh? We are talking about this thing. This is, Colonel Gray, this is not a joke. I want us to leave it there before I call people name. If I don't leave it here, I'll call people name today. Y'all know me. Seriously. If you hold me on this thing small, I'll call people name.
Let me say my own, yeah, so we can go forward, my brother.
Yeah, say your own. We got to talk about Josiah Joker. They will suspend him. They will remove him. We got to talk about Fordham Massacre. The poor in jail. The picking say something about Sekou Ducle. Sekou Ducle go sue the people. Can you imagine about Sekou Ducle? You're a government official for sake. Let people criticize you, man. You two things, kid. We want to talk about mobile protests coming tomorrow. We want to talk about, y'all know something? Y'all have followed the PAC report, the audit report, our government misused money. Amara Conan investigating. I want us to touch it. I hope we have the time. This is an embarrassment. But Colonel Gray, say your piece. We got to go. Say your piece, Colonel Gray.
Yeah, Stanton, you know, one of the very first persons Mr. Taylor appointed when he got to the minister to the Republic of Liberia was Colonel Gray. He sent me to the court martial to be the commander there. That's because of my own expertise in UCMJ, and also maybe I gotten tape, even though we used to sit across the table on the peace conference, and I was one of some of those people that used to poke him somehow. So probably. What? No, I say he appointed me.
You're trouble, man.
We gotta go. We got plenty to talk about.
He appointed me to the AFL Court Martial Board as commander because he felt probably for me I could have been like Yeke. I'm not sure why my internet is flickering. I could have been like Yeke and just go back and start, locking people up and all that stuff. But I'm a professional soldier. I didn't want to tint myself, so I turned down the appointment and I left. But I'm saying this to say That was different time. This is a democracy. Democracy is extremely difficult to undertake. Matter of fact, if most homes are democratic, there'll be no divorce somehow, because the unevenness of how people want to run their lives. So they hope to see that reflected in the society. Look, I know some people, election is not over for them. They got defeated. So it's going to be hurting. They'll throw kitchen sink at you because, or even if lightning strikes, they'll say Joseph Boakai must be impeached. That is because those individuals are termed as lazy politicians who cannot make their own case for the electorates to elect them into office. So you hear all the time, Joseph Boakai must go, anything that happens. Look, you want Joseph Boakai to go, convince the electorate, win their minds, and win an election. Otherwise, let's move on. And then when it comes
let me ask you a question. Greg, do you think it's about time Joseph Boakai, the president, set a committee, have what drugs are in the country, monitor all this investigation? The people are losing faith in the investigation. I don't care about Joseph Boakai going or staying. The topic here right now is $19.2 million worth of cocaine, right? And it's like, you agree with me, it's slow pace. Nothing is moving. Like somebody have the hands, the grip on this thing. Can President Boakai look outside the box, appoint people like you and say, you know what, be the drugs are, oversee this thing, let's get some serious result?
I think, like I said, I think a few weeks ago, the weaker link in our national security apparatus is the NSA. NSA is weak. I don't even understand the scope of operation, but yeah, if you ask me, I would tell you that yes, President Boakai must be able to spice this thing up a little bit. It's dying down. It's like it's going to go cold again, like any of those other situations. I think when we started this discussion, I said it before that this would just be another passing fads that will come and just go away like any other. But it should not be so. I think the president should step this up, not just by talking, but actually bringing some people with different dimension in life. Look, whatever infrastructure is there now in place, they're complicit. And the president should be able to step this up if he really means what he said, that he's going to go to the bottom of this. The way things are going, it's like it's dying down gradually, like any other situation. And you know what? This will have a dent. I will say that again, like Kanio, like I said before, it will have a dent on his legacy, and he should step up. When it comes to that Bole Jos, the gentleman who is wanted both by the EU and by other international organizations or agencies, look, Sierra Leone is rightly sanctioned for that, but if that guy was in our space, also will be sanctioned. But we have no jurisdiction over him. But he's a wanted fugitive, and everybody will be looking out for him. But I think if Sierra Leone is holding him there, they're holding him there for a reason. What we should do, we should tighten up our southern border so that those people don't be coming over and bringing their drug.
Thank you. Again, thank you, Conor. Great, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move.
Did you say Sierra Leone was holding him for a reason?
So we got to move on. We got to move on. I beg you, Sierra Leone. Nobody knows what
definitely he has a sanctuary there.
Yeah. So they may have thank you very much, Conor Gray. They may have a relationship. He has a child by somebody related to Bio. We can dive into that more. This guy is like a family man.
Bio Web's sister.
Yes. And the child was in Liberia. This is like a family thing.
Why you want to Bio Web's sister before they come for you?
Okay, let me serious for a bit. Okay, what we are saying here is really important. Here is that we want to say we have to leave this story. Cocaine in the country is not a good thing. If anybody think that we're going to play buyer with the cocaine thing, you are losing it, right? To have some people, I call my friend Cario name, somebody say, why you doing it? Cario said he came, he appeared, he ran away, he can't talk no more. Again, we got to pull him out. All the yama, these people can be saying, listen, you either come and say, we'll call your name. We got to fight the drugs in together. Stop playing around. Stop. It's a shame on Cario. Since June 8th, the brother appeared one time. He said, I'll be back. He went and said, don't go by the top of drugs business. You call the man now, Kanye will say, hey, internet giving problem. He cannot connect Starlink. I said, the man say he cannot connect Starlink with the local internet, so he's frustrated. Can you imagine that, Lelo? Can you imagine that? We need to fight that.
That's scary. What God will you are playing together go?
I said scared. He want to play together, run away. As I say, he want to talk, but he can't talk. He's scared. How can you be afraid, my people? Somebody got to take the bullet. Somebody got to say, free at last, free at last. Yeah, but who? They said, listen, let's go catch the lion. Yeah, they try, but who will go pull a rope around the lion neck? That's the problem. That's why everybody facing with. But who I would talk? I don't care. Liberian people need to be redeemed. This is an embarrassment. This is a complete embarrassment. President Bwaga needs to wake up.
Voice, man. What's going on?
President Bwaga needs to wake up. President Bwaga needs to find us. Do not trust your national security no more. Sam Gay, don't trust him. I heard that this document was given to Sam Gay. This same confidential document. Who leaked it into the press? You ever let me call people name here tonight? It was given to Sam Gay since January. The Sam Gay tell the president he buried it. Look at the investigation at LDA. President Bwaga appointed them for only 90 days, 3 months. Since they opened an investigation, Afro 12, Sam Gay, all of them, guess what happened? Nothing. The EPS director, Sam Gay, but he fighting somebody because somebody tell the land that belong to his son, that the person he fighting. Can you imagine that? We'll talk about that later on. The man fighting for his son land. Same Gay. They don't get very big. It's an embarrassment. These people are making the country like a joke. Like a complete joke. Hustle and flow. What they know? How can you give them the investigation to investigate themselves? You ask the go who ate the Kassaoli will appoint you to go and investigate who ate the Kassaoli. You go ask go to investigate who ate Kassaoli when they go mine the Kassaoli. Gibson, is that why we not finding that bureau?
Or you make lion the head of the investigation of who killed the deer.
Who killed the deer? The lion is the bishop in the animal church kingdom. Can you imagine? This is a complete joke, folks. Listen, say what you want to say. I will stand on what I'm saying. It's an embarrassment. There's a big connection between all the investment company coming from Sierra Leone. They have been sponsored, as we were told, by this drugs cartel. Millions, hundreds of millions of dollars is going into there because he need to have clean money. So our government is giving concession to Sierra Leone company that you look in the bank account, they got no money, but we believe they will come up with $464 million worth of money. How does that happen? How will it happen, my people? Can you imagine? Who's sponsoring these companies from Sierra Leone? Who?
Yeah, right. So my closing on this is exactly what I was saying when I asked some of that question. And you are hitting the nail. You know, usually people will say follow the money, or I've heard too many times or accusation against people of being involved in money laundering. Most often when you see LACC comes of charges, they can have money laundering. Now, this is the real definition of it now. Now, when you follow the money, then you can ask legitimate questions. Now, we're asking my brother, there's an accusation. This is just something for you to think about. Now, the government has finally told us, for instance now, that the government is the one constructing the Foya Marshal. But the government has not told us where is the money coming from. And I've asked my brother to take his time. Look in the report of every entity in Liberia. Every entity got report in our website. Look at the financial report and identify any land that says bidding for anything. So if there is no report in Liberia that shows money going to Foya Mansion, follow the money. Then where is the money coming from? Now let's be right. President Bwaga said it is not his personal money. So you don't expect it to come from the president's bank account. It is the government building it. You expect it to come from one of the government entities' financials. So, my people, that's what I told my brother to take 10 years. Look in Ministry of Finance, the whole report. Leave from there, go to every, including the SOEs. Check on their financial. So where is the money coming from? The FOIA, the 10 million man in FOIA. Where is it coming from? Who is giving that money? What channel, what entity? If we can't get it, then we have to ask legitimate questions.
I have to check the entire.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. For me, I know what I did. I know what I know. You know, again, like I said, let me be play a move we talk. But again,
we gotta go. Thank you.
Yeah, let me just. I know what I know. I beg you, brother. That's the reason why I'm telling my brother, because I don't want you to say me. I'm not saying anyone is involved or not involved. We want to say ask legitimate questions. Government, you are building 10 million mansion in 4 years. Where is the money coming from?
Let me ask you,
we gotta go. Tama, we gotta go. We gotta go. Austin, thank you very much. Thank you, guys. We gotta go. We'll discuss that later. We'll discuss that later. We'll see where the money came from. Yeah, a lot. I know where the money came from. I know who's doing the project. I know how they inflated their amount by the way to enrich themselves. We broke that news. Yeah, the thing passed.
Somebody say I'm confirming that I'm in Morovia.
I just want us to just keep focused as we move on. Let me just bring this clarity to you. Something happened today concerning the CSA boss. We got to leave the drugs in there. We'll come back to it tomorrow. We will not stop because, again,
not give me 1 minute.
1 minute to do what?
Just give me 1 minute. You want to know what?
Go ahead, okay. No, you already say you're screaming at women. Go ahead.
Talk now. You coming waiting for child support. So let me talk. Obocheru. Obocheru, let me tell you something today. You might parallel, eh? If I had an opportunity again, what I did chat to the time on trust business, I would do it.
So who they coming home for child support again, man?
Not me. They coming home for Oh, but Terry, I hope you get what I'm saying. The situation with
I'm getting you. I'm listening.
It was not a
let's talk about child support for starter.
It was not the commoners that was spending 1 year in jail. It was no directors and ministers that was spending 1 year in jail. If the same thing happening to these ministers and directors, the drugs will go all over the country. They even need to go to jail for 2 years, not 1 year. 1 year small for them. Thank you.
You know, we will not leave the drug scene. New development, people from Sierra Leone willing to come on the show to talk about this issue as well. I just want to remind all of you again, guys, if you want to fight. Stop playing the scary game. A scary man cannot fight drugs issue in any country. You saw what Donald Trump did. He bombed a whole boat, believing that bringing drugs here. Go question him. Go ask him. The good thing, there's no need to play around cocaine, drugs in any country. When you have this person in Sierra Leone and visiting Liberia, even the Dutch government crying on him, we need President Bouaka to have a drug czar. This thing will hunt the president and take it all the way to election. If President Bouaka cannot solve this problem, let President Bouaka go sit down. Period. All of us supported President Bouaka. We are champions in sweat and in blood. All resources, we put it behind the puppet. Because we believe one thing, that he was coming to solve our drugs problem. So when you got advisors to the president playing kaka leka and playing this game, we got to call them out. If Jeremiah Kuhn cannot support President Bouaka to bring up a drug czar, Jeremiah Kuhn must cancel the whole re-election goodbye. I said, I can never support a Jeremiah Kuhn that playing game with drugs. President Bouaka that will play game with drugs and cocaine business. I don't say my own beyond Secret Hall. No. I don't say my own beyond Jade. No. I don't care if they close down Spoon FM. They cannot close down Facebook. We will remain online. They cannot close down YouTube. We will be online. This thing, the president have to find a drug czar, period. Somebody that the Liberian people believe in. We don't believe in these people. Prince C. Johnson, NSA, he weak. We don't believe in him. We don't believe in Oswald Twe, Justice Minister, he weak. We don't believe in him. We don't believe in Gregory Coleman. He playing games. We do not believe in Gregory Coleman. We don't believe in the National Security Advisor, Kofi Woods, because we see nothing in him. We don't believe in him. We don't even believe in Jeremy Pierre. He's nobody. We don't believe in the LDA, of course. They are all part of the cartel. We don't believe in them. Who do you believe in? We voted for President Joseph Yeman Boakai. He must act and act now. I don't believe in Jeremiah Cole, that he's doing everything to fight drugs. No, I don't. No. I do not. We want to see an independent drug czar. We will push this government to bring somebody that the Liberian people trust. How can you give the cassava leaf to the goat and you ask the goat who ate the cassava leaf, go and investigate? These guys, they are complacent. These guys, most of them are involved. We don't believe in Sam Gay. No way. We do not believe in Sam Gay. They are playing games around President Boakai. We don't believe in them. Tell them. We will take this to 2029. The government is failing in the fight against drugs. Let's open the phone line. People are complaining. Where is the President Boakai we knew? That said on day one, drugs, on day one, he will fight. It's a national and international epidemic. Where is President Boakai? Where? Where is President Boakai? Same President Boakai spoke, pre-recorded. Have you spoken? How can we trust the government investigation? You threaten Randy Sear. You coming up and saying that Randy Sear lie. You are telling the truth. Look at private bar. All the legal people that are finding legal reason to release these guys. You think they're coming for the people that are on the street alone? They're coming for your children. Politicians, they are coming for your children. The cartels are coming if they are not already in the country. You don't know what cartel can do. They have no discipline. They are pushing cocaine in Liberia, in Sierra Leone. It must stop. And we will sit on the show every day and think that it's a joke. President Boakai should step up. We need a drug czar. We don't trust Gregory Coleman. We don't trust your national joint security or national security. We don't trust them. We don't trust them at all. We are talking about millions of dollars worth of entity that operate in the country. These people take down president. They take down governors. And you get weak voters and you're talking about we must trust them. We don't trust them. They are part and parcel of the situation, the problem we face today in the country. We'll remind
private prosecutor.
We'll remind the Liberian people, we need someone just and fair, someone that can speak to this issue. We don't believe in your investigators, Mr. President. We do not believe in them. Some of them, they are compromised. We ask you today that you must bring an independent drugs cartel czar, the czar that will run the whole thing and say, you know what, this person shouldn't be on this investigation. Why are you going to have Briago on investigation when his driver is involved, allegedly? How you going to have the LDA officer in charge on investigation? How? Why? May God save our state. We're going to come back to this. We will. We remind the Liberian people, drugs during Jowea Town, drugs during Joseph Boakai Town, that drugs. That drugs. Cocaine during Jowea Town, kush during Jowea Town, kush during Joseph Boakai Town, or cocaine, that drugs. Don't stop playing with the Liberian people. We ain't stupid yet. You'll go around and take money from the people and pretend that you're investigating. What call your name? We know what some of your visitors, we know what some of your champions for Sierra Leone company to come to the country. What call your name? We know that. Thank God, thank God for me. Thank God. Listen, don't worry about me. We're fine. We'll continue to talk because Liberia deserves better. So on this note, I'm going to bring the next one in. They are on, we'll call it in. Wait, y'all trust me. But tomorrow we'll call people in here. Y'all continue playing around. I think we can play. The CSA boss, let me ask my friend, Dr. George. They want to suspend this guy. As you can see, he got NIMBA uniform on. The city man broke the code. Breaking news, Senate committee recommend removal of CSA boss over attendance at NIMBA's pro-political program. The Senate Committee on Judiciary, Human Rights Claims and Petition is recommending the removal of Civil Service Agency Director General Josiah Jokai over his reported attendance at a political program organized by Deputy House Speaker Thomas Falai. The committee is also recommending that Josiah Jokai submit a written apologies or face sanction, while urging the Senate to formally communicate with President Joseph Yeman Barker on this matter. Let me ask you, Emmanuel George, this is very serious. I think it's about time the government, the president, and the lawmakers be serious about this. They have to be serious about this. These people, willingly, they're just breaking every law, every precept, every guidance, everything. And because they say that's our government. Do you think, but I know we're running against them, but you know what discouraged me? I heard that Natana Fallow might get put another communication on the floor that they shouldn't touch the man. No. I said, I know you will talk waste man. I will call Miguel. I will call Miguel to explain himself. Emmanuel George, this guy broke the code of conduct. You cannot pass it any way. They got to set an example on Josiah. I don't know, but the lawmakers there, Sir Joseph and fighting, and Sir Joseph were also right when you have Sarah Beslow breaking the very same law too. She went to Liberty Party and celebrated. But she didn't get uniform on though. But she went there. But she didn't get uniform on. She got something about, I don't know. But it's a comparison, right? Let me ask you. Look at Jacob Jala. We're feeling talking about drugs issue. He coming by. These are the fake guys then. You want to talk about drugs issue, they go hard and say we're feeling that they come out on the show. Emmanuel, let's talk about, the men that run away when we're feeling talking about drugs issue, they show their face. You're scared, you won't come on spoon talk. Emmanuel George, let me ask you a question. What do you make about this story now? Josiah Jokai.
Yes, Stanton, I think it's the right move. The recommendation from the Judiciary Committee is the right move. We had a whole show a couple of months ago where we discussed this issue of the violation of the Code of Conduct. We read through the Code of Conduct and we saw clearly that the CIA's boss violated it. What is more depressing is because this same CSA director is believed to have removed some people from the civil service because of them wearing political regalia at another party function. So the famous saying, "You cannot eat your cake and have it," seems to apply in this light. In regards to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, I think her situation is different. I think she was invited to a panel or a section during the Liberty Party convention that talks about women in politics. I believe all political parties got an invitation to that program, and she's not wearing uniform. She's not celebrating as we see Jokai doing. She's participating in a panel conversation based on the life of women in politics. So I think the two is different. Senator Sir Joseph wants to make a political point, which he has the right to do, but I think the scenario is different. Jokai is fully in a political movement uniform. He fully went to that political movement carrying the vehicles that belong to the state. In fact, in some serious country, we're going to ask him to pay back the money for the gas he used that day. Whatsoever government or equipment he used while he was there. Serious country will ask him to pay for it.
But let's just push this a little bit while I bring Asset on. Asset, this is an embarrassment, though. But you know what? Thank you very much, Dr. George. And we'll call up Senator McGill. You know, Delon said it's worse. People are speaking, right? But the same senator that come out and say, oh, forgive the man. Then they will blame the president and the executive for being right. They are also, execute and hold on to what they believe. If they say the law was broken, but then the same people and say forgive. Look at Samuel Nawe. They came by the same people say forgive the man. Look at the Nigerian ECMO guy, Owanga Nugu, whatever his name is, caused Edwin Snow man in power. But the same people that say, well, left way. So that you don't give us hard time if you don't want to be a church and forgive everybody in the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. Then stop wasting our time. We are looking at Josiah Joker today for the very reason Josiah Joker wrote and fired a lot of folks under the pretense, as though, that they broke the code of conduct, but you were firing them because they were seditious. But today, McGill put a letter through, and McGill got to clarify himself. Forgive the man. Seriously? So don't blame the executive. If you guys have turned to be the Pope John Paul and Bishop Brown and Bishop Kula and Bishop Michael Francis, reincarnate, don't waste our time. If you're praying to forgive everybody, that's why they continue to curse you guys. Because somebody there will say forgive. So I say,
yeah, thank you. So
forgive us as we forgive those that trespass against us. Talk to us.
Right. So let's make something clear here. Communication will be sent to the president from the Senate, letting him know of their findings and their recommendation. The Senate themselves don't have the power to dismiss Jokai. The president, executive mansion, should have that power. What the Senate did was to carry on an investigation, which in my thought, I thought was a fair one, simply because if there is anyone to set an example on, Josiah Joker is that one person. How many times have we not heard or seen Josiah writing all around this place, quoting handbook? How many times we are not seeing quoting handbook? This is the time for handbook now to be quoted. He has dismissed and recommended dismissal of poor people who can no longer get a cent of revenue to feed their family, from MCC to Ministry of State and many other places. Even he went ahead as telling people to dismiss people because they went on Facebook to say something. Freedom of expression, Facebook to say something. He said people must be dismissed. And here's the man attending a political rally and against the laws of our country, and somehow, some way, nothing should happen. Well, it's one thing for the recommendation from the Senate, and it's another thing for the action by the executive. Nathaniel McGill, Senator McGill, took a political decision. That political decision was to prevent any United Party senator from holding that communication. So Senator McGill took that decision, and by the decision he took, no other senator could go ahead and call for reconsideration. So at the end of the day, he canceled that, which was the normal course to do in a political sense, and the communication will be sent to President Boakai, and the UNO support President Boakai now to see if he respects or even have the smallest respect for the rule of law. Will President Boakai do anything? I doubt it. Simply because times and again we have seen that President Boakai is not one person that respects the rule of law. And so that would be something for another day. But the truth, the sincere fact is that the record is on his desk that the Senate recommended violation of the law to him for action and he didn't do. But again, let me
please, let me get Senator McGill on. Let me read it, please. Senator McGill, welcome to the show. Well, welcome. It's good to see you. I mean, it's good to talk to you. Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Yeah, we got okay. You guys have to. You guys stand for this thing. You guys are the leaders of the country. But let's talk about Josiah Jokai. Information reaching us that you block the suspension recommendation that should be sent to the president. How so?
No, I didn't block anything, Sandra. People are making a lot of people are making, but the president recognized that I withdrew the. I just tried to start Sir Joseph for trying to block it, but I withdrew my motion of reconsideration. So it's a dead motion. I mean, the recommendation is going ahead. So there's no motion blocking anything, and the president recognized my withdrawal of the motion.
So how did that work? You put a motion to reconsider.
No, you got no side. You don't want to block it, so I talked to you that the motion recommend reconsideration. So just like little practice, so I could decide to go ahead with it and wait and file a special motion on the floor for them to retry the hearing for a reason I thought best to myself. But there's no reason. I think the recommendation needs to go to the president. As I said, Josiah took the same action against other Liberian citizens. And being in the head of civil service, I think it's important that he feels the same weight. Like somebody said, don't say what when you say something, do it. Don't say do what I say, but do what I say, but don't do what I do. So Josiah needs to face the recommendation, and the president will take action. I mean, we'll see whether the president will take action, but the Senate will make a recommendation.
So the Senate have not made. You guys closed down. When will the recommendation go through? Because today was your last day. You guys going to break.
The instructor, you listen to the president before she closed. She instructed the secretary to write a letter to the president, and she's going to see that. So I guess today is Friday, probably by Monday, Tuesday, later Wednesday. I'm quite sure. The Senate says, the president not going to close the office down. Leadership will not close. We're not leaving the Senate to go home. We'll still be working. The president gave instruction to studying committees to be active. My committee, one of those committees, the Committee of Education, Committee of Health, specialized committee headed by Senator Amara Conan to investigate some of the problem with LPRC and the petroleum product issue. So the leadership is going to be actively working. So we're not leaving the legislature. So our colleagues will be around. I will call them to work. But to just make it clear that the Senate recommendation is going ahead, there's nothing stopping it from going ahead to the president. So we'll make that clear. So confused what happened to the floor.
Yeah, but so bring us up to speed. What actually the Senate recommended?
Well, a series of recommendations in the letter, ranging from, which is just when you read it, the Code of Conduct have series of penalties as written in law, and consistent with the Code of Conduct penalties, the Senate recommending that some of the penalties be applied, ranging from going to removal. So I can see what the president would do. But the Senate is dead serious about what it did today. So nobody should take it for granted. We're not playing games yet. So what I want to do is say something that will come back and tell every person, no, we don't do that. But there will be no need for the Senate want to joke. There will be no need for the institute and investigator just for joking. We're not but trying to joke. There's no serious action that the Senate has taken. And we'll hope and see what the president is going to do.
Do you think
it might be for the president? Yeah.
Do you think the president will take serious action?
Well, I hope the president will take serious action, because if the president doesn't take the action, I think the Senate has other way of reviewing the next action it would take regarding Mr. Josiah Joker. A series of things the Senate could do, for instance. I'm not saying this is what the Senate could do. For instance, Senate could decide in the future that Mr. Josiah Joker is not a government material because he cannot follow rules. The president went to appoint Josiah Joker. The Senate could consider not ever confirming. That could be some of the way the Senate could react. And that is deal with Josiah Joker any longer. So we'll see.
What about the issue that Sir Joseph raised, Senator McGill, that Sarah Beslow Yanti, participated in the Liberty Party program. Why you guys didn't bring her issue up?
But I fully agree with the protest, Sarah Beslow Yanti, Her Excellency, the Foreign Minister, they see the rule did not say do not go to party headquarters because the framers of that statute, the Code of Conduct, know very well that ministers and the appointed officials are members of the party. They are members of political party. They not say do not join political party. The what the code says say do not get involved in political activity like being officials campaigning and wearing party paraphernalia. Yeah, the way the code of conduct says it say don't go to party headquarters. And more beside Mrs. Beslow Yanti, we're not attending a political party forum where she's going to declare support and campaigning for people. She will advocate. It was a women, International Women Day, and it was speaking about Liberian women in general, not necessarily Liberty Party women, but all women of Liberia. So she was invited as a panelist. So it's not the same as what Josiah Joker was doing with Nemo program, dancing and telling other people, you're not coming by again, we're coming here, you're the bugger, but they. They were campaigning. For Mrs. Like Sarah said. I mean, they were campaigning for the re-election of President Joseph Boakai. They were not. It was a complete political thing. Talking about the re-election 2029. That was a campaign. But not somebody talking how women in Liberia should benefit women, the importance of women, the sacrifice that women are made in Liberia. That was just a method. That was the activity that Liberty Party. So it's completely different. So we most all disagreed with the analogy Senator Joseph was making. You know, not because you see somebody political party therefore they engage in campaign activity or involved in political party activity. No.
Okay, let me. I think you make that very clear. We look to see what the president would do in the recommendation letter that will be sent to President Boakai. It's always good for us to play fair yet, and we appreciate you for clarity. But I want to move further on something else. We're discussing this drugs issue. I know you will have time to come on the show and we'll talk about it. How concerned should the government be when the European Union, the Dutch government, asking the European Union to cease the support in that they do send to Sierra Leone because of this drugs campaign, the main drugs dealer guy that been, he's in Sierra Leone, and they feel that Sierra Leone government protecting him. But now he's making his way, or he has made his way to Liberia. Talk to us about the drugs investigation, Senator McGill.
Very concerning, Stanton. You know, we've made our personal comment on this thing, but you know, the funny thing in Liberia, especially with politicians, we make all the sweet talk, the beautiful statements. But when it comes to application or some of the statements that we made, we'll start reading again. Then the next thing we do, we'll start making comparison. I think the drug issue is a very serious issue. And I have made my position known. We raise the issue within the government on an obligation to get to the bottom of this thing. We can't continue to make the same mistake that we made. President Boakai and the United Party-led government have made it a national emergency. Unfortunately, people continue to call names. They've arrested some of the people for some of the things we are hearing. They are large, you know, look, it's almost difficult for that kind of operation. You see, it's easy to enter the country. Somebody can bring it and you seize it because I have been doing this silly time. I think about 50 million of I don't know the figure, but Drosky in Labrador doing what former Sally was NSA director. He was arrested and the American were involved. Doing CZTA, the kid was arrested, the American was involved, the brain at the BTC, the American were there with no brain, the drugs, people were prosecuted, some of the people escaped. People were not happy the way some of the people escaped. But this one, the reason why this one is so important, Stanton, because it was in Liberia at La Red Airport for several days. And the government should not take this. My information is our international partner, including the Europeans and the Americans, they are very determined. You know, the president of Venezuela was arrested in Venezuela and taken to prison in America. It is quite possible that the Americans will start arresting some Liberians right here on Liberian soil and take them to prison to America because this is an international crime. And people were shot in the boat and killed because they were carrying drugs. And the Trump administration, my information is they are very serious. So our government should not take this lightly. We should not drag our feet because this is important. This is not about partisan issue. This is not about CDC or Unity Party. This is not the country. And so the government take it serious. You'll be surprised if government officials, as they allegedly being speculated that some top government officials are involved. We just be saying that one morning we'll see some of the government officials are arrested and they put on plane, taken to different country and put in jail. Because the government, it's going to affect the government image. So this is very serious. So we are hoping and looking forward to the government going down to this matter. It's sad to see that some of the information I'm hearing when people say, oh, the thing was an international crime, or got America involved. And the truth, the international people were not involved from the beginning of this conversation. We were just making story and trying to cover up. I was one of the members of the national. So if I see cover up, I can tell you there's somebody trying to cover up here. But we're not talking because we're former government officials want to see things. And one will come up formally and say, this is what happened, and people will understand. But I think the government need to take it serious. But I think the thing is dragging and it's not going in the right direction from our information we are getting.
So let me ask you another question, though. What's your take on the scheduled protest that is almost the next day in Liberia, the mobile model stand protest? What's your advice? What's your take?
As I always say, Liberians have a right to protest. Every citizen in the world who protests is a right. It's a constitutional right. But you got to observe the laws of the country, because where there's a saying that says where someone right ends, another one rights begin. So Molu did the right thing. He wrote the Ministry of Justice, informing them of the protest, and the government also responded that they will be allowed to protest, but they followed the rules. So we are looking forward to today to see what happens. But people have the right. This is a constitutional given right that people can exercise. So it's not a wrong thing to protest against any government, because protest is allowed. It's a constitutional guaranteed right. And we hope the protesters will be coming today to air their grievances. And the government will work together to ensure that the protest is peaceful.
Will you be part of the protest?
No. I mean, I will not be there. I will not be protesting today. I don't have to be in the street, but people have the right to protest. But I'm not protesting today. But I think the grievances are genuine grievances. The issue of the drugs. This is not the first time protesting. We have a series of protests against drug in Liberia. The last time we party march. I also protested in Kakata, which is called awareness, but that's a protest. We walk in the street and trying to walk against drugs. That's a sign of protest. I did that in Kakata, in Magibi County. So people have the right. So we will watch and see that the government, the protesters, will exercise.
Do you agree with the message from the protesters that lead or leave?
Well, there's a slogan, but I don't think the idea is to get the president to leave. I think they want the president to take action. I don't think that I would not force a democratic government to be removing any violent way. I don't support that. Become a part of the government. But when they say lead, or if you don't want the government to leave, which is a message, there's a democratic way to do it. It can't be about violence. I don't support violent way to move any government. I believe in democratic exercise. You know me, Santa. I've always said that I know how to defeat government. I was chairman of CDC in 2017 when we won the election. We put our strategy together. We won, and we can repeat that again in 2029. I believe that. And the government not performing, but I will not seek to forcibly remove the government, because I'll be removing myself. from power. But if it can election, I'm very certain that the government not proceeding right. So if the government continue to proceed with the proceeding, it make the election easier for all to win. You know, but the right to protest, I support that, but I don't support a violent removal of the government.
Let's talk about the last thing here on the docket, which is important. Prior to the protest, I think it was yesterday, Fodo Massacre, the Liberia National Police arrested him. I think he stayed he's incarcerated, if I'm correct, up to now. What say you about the Liberia National Police arresting Fodo? I mean, he's one of your strongest boss out there.
I don't know the reason why. I don't know the reason why the young brother was arrested, but I think it is because he spoke at protest. I think that's very wrong. I think it's a violation of the man's right.
He was arrested because his message was deemed terroristic and against Sekou Doucle, the managing director of the court.
I think freedom of speech will never be criminalized. You know, for government officials to criminalize freedom of speech, I think that's absolutely wrong. And I hope the police will release him tomorrow, because I think this is unacceptable. People should be having a right to say what they want to say. I don't think because in fact the CC government criminalize decriminalize some of these speeches. You know, even so I don't see the reason why. If freedom of speech is guaranteed under the Constitution, the man can say what he wants to say. So government officials will not be using their power to start arresting people, intimidating people. I think this is unacceptable. I hope the police director will release the man tomorrow to a lawyer. There's no reason why the man should be in jail. You just arrest somebody, put in jail because they said something. That's freedom of speech. You know.
But do you think Sekou is right if they label him to be part of the drugs operation?
I don't know what the man said, but Sekou got to listen. People say all kinds of things about all the government. People say I gave people I gave my brain law, I gave it, but they're not going to arrest somebody. They're not going to arrest somebody. When you're government official, you're a public property. People can say what they want to say about you. In everything they can say, people can say, Donald Trump they can say that they can see the arresting people for saying that. I think that was wrong. If Sekou involved, I will call Sekou tomorrow. I'll call the director tomorrow. The man should be released. The man should not be in jail because he made a statement.
It's surprising that he's in jail. You don't know why he's in jail for. You don't know who are involved. And it means that.
I left the session very late.
No, it's not about session. It's about you should be informed. Like you have your evil men on the show. They didn't say anything about it yesterday. For the massacre slept in jail up to today. To right now, you don't know what's actually happening.
You mean for 2 days now?
Yeah, man, I don't know. You should be telling me, Chief. You coming in as a party chairman, and the party is.
Now he's telling me tomorrow our president will make a call tomorrow. This is not fair. This is wrong. I will call the police director. They should not people government officials should not be.
I agree with you. I agree with you that is. I agree with you that somebody says something about government officials. Yeah, I agree with you. But it's just disheartening and disappointing that you don't know the entire story and everybody seems to neglect it for day. But anyway, I mean, that's your family thing. So let me just leave it.
No, not family thing. You're right to say disheartening, but you know, at the end of the day, if I come to my attention, I would have taken action. But I left the session very late because we're close to that. But this is very unfair, Sandra. Even if I didn't hear a police director knows this. You know, we gotta learn to protect people's rights. You know, sometimes people keep making mistakes, and most of the time, I call my young brothers in the government and remind them that, look, gentlemen, we were there before. I was a minister of state. Today, I'm a senator. So many people are not official government today. They are private citizens. So stop abusing your power. Manage this thing properly. Because tomorrow you will be saying that to not be government official. Who can do this thing to you? Will you be happy? You know? Liberia is a small country, but then people get power, they gotta know how to manage it. You know? So people should stop. I did not go around abusing people right and arresting people here and putting them in jail because they lie on me, because they said things that were me I did not like. You know, even now, people say things about us that we don't like, but we don't go around using our powers around and using police, calling the police. And the police got to be mindful. People should not use them as enemy to the people. You know, if you think somebody's lie on you, go to court. Then go to file a civil suit. But not go use the police for a
No, I think Sekou did that. He went to court. He filed a civil suit, and the court sent him to jail till he can get a bond. So Sekou didn't just call the Liberia National Police. Yes, Sekou didn't just call Gregory Coleman and say go arrest him. No, Sekou went to court. Sekou filed a case. And I mean, you guys didn't set a bond for him, and therefore they sent him to jail till he can obtain a bond. So that's where we are.
Okay, but then tomorrow we'll follow that.
And that's why I'm saying I'm disappointed in CDC. They should have people ready for these kind of things, that when the young men are advocating and fighting for CDC, you know, they should be able to build them up on time and get the lawyers right there, you know. But for him to be in jail, and now you guys, you know, I'm hearing that you're doing Susan Clark collecting money to after the fact, Emmanuel George to go, you know, it's kind of discouraging. Like, you know.
I mean, this is complete news to me that you just telling me. This complete news.
Yeah, I've been falling for it. I feel for him, man. To spend a day in jail is discouraging, you know.
We'll deal with that collectively tomorrow morning. But thank you for bringing it to my attention.
You're quite welcome, sir.
I know this part of the story.
Yeah, anytime. Thank you very much for joining us tonight. We appreciate your time.
It's my pleasure. It's my pleasure, Stanton. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. Thank you. All right, guys, we can close the show. It's good talking to Senator McGill. At least he addressed other issues. We're going to come to you to close the show. It's been a great program tonight. We want to say to all those of you that follow us, I want to hang around and take some course after these great men leave us today. But to you, my brother, Emmanuel George, beautiful conversation today. Let's start with you. Your closing, sir.
Stanton, thank you. I'd like to thank the rest of the panelists for the robust conversation we have had. We discussed the issue of the $19.2 million drugs investigation.
You have TV on? You got something playing, Chief?
Yeah, sorry, my bad. the $19.2 million drug bust in our country. On June 8th, 2026, the LDA informed us that they have intercepted drugs at the Rabat International Airport. On January 6, 2026, we read a report that has the name of the LRA director on it that stated clearly in a sentence in that report that the Rabat International Airport was a hub for drug trafficking. Since then, government began an investigation, and those of us who are in the opposition and have great respect for the work of law and the rule of law sat quietly and suddenly first commending the LDA for the interception. Since that time, Liberian have observed that there are many flaws in this case. First, the case appears to come to a standstill at where every one of us know about. The drug was taken from Mr. Paul King's house to the Rabat International Airport and was about to leave our country. Unfortunately, it's becoming difficult for us to get further information. How did the drugs get to Mr. Paul King's house? Where was it picked up from? How did the drug get into our country? The investigation has stalled on that point. The names that have been linked to the investigation happens to come from Mr. King when he was in the United States of America and had a conversation which led to a deal for him to return to the country. In that conversation, Mr. King clearly named Mr. Rahim Ba aka Michael Brown, and Mr. Emmanuel. Those names were known to the police before Mr. King came in the country. According to Rodney Sear, a respectable Liberian investigative journalist, up to the time when Paul King was arrested, Mr. Michael Brown was walking freely in Monrovia. Mr. Brown is not a hidden person. He's a known person to the LDA, because in 2024, Mr. Brown was arrested and incarcerated in Magibi County. And in September, he was released. So the LDA had a great knowledge of Mr. Brown. And they had a knowledge of his operations. The question is, why wasn't he arrested? When the LDA clearly knew where to find him. However, the people who stood bond or surety, as we say, for him, we have not heard of the arrest of his sister, nor of his mother. With the absence of Mr. Brown, the investigation seems not to go to the next step.
I mean, I just 1 minute you got to do closing, you know.
Okay.
and Dr. George is re-arguing the case.
Thank you, guys. So let me go through.
You make you also sleep.
You talk about coming here now. You get that last part.
As we conclude
this, please ignore these brothers who are deliberately distracting me.
Come on, Machiavelli.
But as we conclude this conversation, fellow Liberians, Mr. Ezana Benedict Cummings have called on this government to put in place.
That's the line we're waiting for. Then go ahead, say the line.
That based on the compromise that we see within the sector, it is important that a panel of independent investigators be put in place. Thank you very much. I look forward to this conversation tomorrow. And do not listen to these distractors. That's the especially
thank you for your beautiful speech.
You know, at the end of the day, amongst them all, Mr. Ezana Benedict Cummings is the only person I'm supporting. We win 2029. That's the line we're waiting for. Fumi, let's bring you on.
I know. So, yeah, so good show. We have to keep lifting the voices of everybody that speak against the ills in society, because that's what we need. But like I said earlier, I think this government is doing well with the fight against drugs, and we expect more. And, you know, the government will not fight according to everybody's expectations. But the good thing is, with the 19 million saga, the case is in court. It's left now with the judicial system to prosecute it fully, and we'll see a logical conclusion. And to the Europeans, I will throw it back to them. And although we want to criticize Africa for keeping drug suspects, how did the guy even leave Europe to come to Africa when he was sentenced for 24 years in jail? How did he get out of their security grip to end up in Sierra Leone? And, you know, why would they allow drugs to leave from West Africa and go into the country without them detecting? They have dogs at the airport, they have machines to detect all of these things, but they still allow these things to enter. So it means the cartels are really strong at their end than even in West Africa. So they need to also pay attention to that. And the drug fight is a big fight. The guys will clean their money in any kind of way they want to clean their money. So we have to play our part. We have to play our part as individual citizens to encourage our friends, our families, not to get involved in drug addiction. We have to push the government also to back up their fight against drugs with the rehabilitation centers, so that people, the users, can be given the chance to have a new life and turn away from the old lifestyle of drug addiction. That needs to be there to support the whole fight. And they should also the drug law in Liberia is a strong law, so they need to ensure that they enforce it to the letter. While they enforce their different patrol and arrest and confiscation. We can call for all the independent investigations we want, but at the end of the day, it's still Liberian government are going to prosecute it. So if the judicial system is not clean, whatever independent investigation will end up in the courthouse. So you will not have independent court to also investigate, because there's got to be either the criminal court or the Supreme Court. We will be the last point. So if those guys at the courthouses are not credible and they are compromised, whatever independent investigation will also be a waste of time. And to the reports that we keep talking about, and the CEO, he said it right. If people will write report and even put fake entity name on it and full department that doesn't exist, and they are afraid to come out to speak to it, we cannot be the one, shouting to the loudest that the report is damaging, and the owners of the report cannot stand and put their faces to it. So they are the ones. So we all join the government and say the report is fake. And, you might have some proof of why I was storming there, but you tie people to it. On the issue of Josiah Jokai, I don't think the president should honor the Senate, recommendation, because doing that, you put the Senate is not the ombudsman to talk about code of conduct. And that would be a dangerous precedent. The president will keep accepting recommendation for the Senate to dismiss people from the government. And the issue of the protest tomorrow and what the guy named Famula Massacre, you have the right to advocate, you have the right to criticize government officials. We did a lot of advocacy in the country. You can do all of those things, but when you start to attack people personally and come up with allegations that you cannot prove, not everybody will allow to slide. So some people will take it, like Sekou did, he took it to court. So it's the court now that did it with him, not the police. He was good at least the clarity was made to Senator McGill, so he understands that it was not just the police that went and arrested him, but the court actually gave the order. So you can advocate, you can criticize government officials, but don't make sweeping statements that you cannot prove. And that's why the legal people will say use allege to cover yourself. But when you definite about your point, then the person will take it to court. You have to go and prove it when you damage people's character or damage people's reputation. So we need to manage that. As we advocate, let's learn to walk the thin line so that we don't get caught up in the web. But I think the Senate should not be the one, acting as ombudsman for the government. And the president should not take those recommendations against Joker or anybody, because that will be setting general precedents for other government officials. Thank you.
Quickly though, the Senate have other ways to squeeze the president too. Then the back and forth, do you think President Walker won that headache? The Senate can have a vote of no confidence in him. The Senate will not, you know that very well. So the Senate is just not a lame duck Senate. They have something in the arsenal that if they bring out President Walker will be jammed. Should President Walker have that fight with the senators, knowing that he got a lot of stuff to run by them?
No, my point is, if you keep taking recommendations from the senators, it's not good for the government. And there is no provision in the Constitution that gave the Senate vote of no confidence in government officials. But just that it's something that sometimes the executive are allowed to slack. But constitutionally, there is no power for.
You know how President Barker seriously he needs the senators though. And if the senator come together and say, okay, for one person business, you want to have a war with us, you think it will be embarrassing to the president. And that's why these people in the executive should walk a chalk line and be law abiding. You cannot have the law and break the law, but the law is not only abiding to you. And that's what makes the senators, they are so powerful. The House of Representatives can be so powerful if they hold together and tell Mr. President, say, hey, this person you brought here, they are useless. They are unprofessional. They would be a disgrace to your government. What about the men that cost no mind, post no mind on picture? I mean, those are the people that you got to set an example to. So Josiah Jokai, say what you want to say, whether the senators are ombudsmen or not. He felt short on this one. He can apologize to them privately, do it in secret, beg them for mercy. But to say the president shouldn't pay attention, and if the Senate hold together I don't think the president will survive this one. And that's the reason why when the House of Representatives said we don't, what Ambassador Koyate did, we don't want to work with him, we have problem with him, the president put down, you say, you know what, Ambassador Koyate, go sit down. We read his letter, yeah. Because the president
apologized and he went back where he was. So
and that's what I'm saying to you, brother. The president needs the senator more than they need Josiah Jokai. But thank you very much, Phoebe. Let me bring in Jefferson Chessie. Jeff?
Thank you, Stanton. Contrary to what I just said, the government is doing absolutely nothing in the fight against drugs in our country, especially this cocaine fight. And Stanton, I was stating earlier that the Liberian government has legalized the importation of cocaine and the exportation of cocaine. That is a set of facts. They are also legalizing the cleaning of cocaine money or drugs money in our country. And Stanton will surprise you to note that this is the exact reason why Anthony Deyuga was appointed as licensing director at National Lotteries. They are cleaning the money through the casinos. And let me tell you one of the major functions of the licensing director at the National Lotteries. One of the major functions is to monitor operators' adherence to anti-money laundering and countering financing of terrorism, regulating, including verifying beneficiary ownership and reporting. The licensing director duty at the National Lottery is to make sure that these casinos and gambling houses are in strict adherence to anti-money laundering and financing. So they are cleaning the money through the casino. This is why he was appointed at that position to coordinate that. And you know the National Lottery is directly under the Vice President office. So this is how the cartel has captured the entire government. And this is why we insisting and we continue to say that this country has become a narco state. With reference to Josiah Jokai, I think he should be dismissed. But again, nothing will happen because he's a Kisi man. And we know how clownish these Kisi people are, so nothing will happen. With regards to the illegal and arbitrary arrests of Foley Massacre, we condemn that in the highest term. All form of speech has been decriminalized, and nobody should be arrested because they express their dissent against government official. If for any reason you want to go after him, you can sue him civilly. But to criminalize it, arrest him, and keep him in prison,
when you're talking, you be tapping something? Is that something part of you? When you're talking, you're tapping or you're doing something?
Sorry, Senator. It's a bad omen for this government. It's a very bad omen for this government. They need to stop that. These are some of the vices that took us to war. Going after your political opponent for no reason. Imprisonment, forced imprisonment, arresting your political opponent and imprisoning because he expressed his dissent or his difference with your government. This should stop immediately in our country. We should all condemn it, Stanton, within the highest step. It's dangerous for our democracy. The freedom of speech we enjoy today is something that will help our democracy. If we try to stop people from expressing their views, Stanton, you yourself, one day they will come after you. And they will come after every one of us here because they don't want us to express our dissent. And this is how good governance is grown in our society when people differ with the government. But if this government is so intolerant to the extent that they will go after political opponent and imprison them, I think it's completely wrong and should never be tolerated in our society.
Thank you.
And tomorrow protest is something that Liberian people must take seriously. They must come out and express themselves peacefully. And Stanton, if you notice, the protest is taking on so much momentum that the government is afraid. And they have empower the police IG to go after peaceful protesters just to demonstrate that the government does not accept the people, the citizen who elected them,
Thank you.
peacefully. Thank you, Stentor. So let's go out
Thank you, Jeff.
peacefully.
Thank you very much. Will you be at the protest tomorrow, Jeff?
Stentor, if I were in Liberia, I would have been at the front of the protest. The last protest, I was there at the front.
Okay. That was actually, you're not in Liberia. Okay, yeah. So thank you very much. So Jeff is not in Liberia, he will not be there. Miguel will not be there. Asa doing Liberia, he will not be there. But the people cheering will go protest while you guys not there. By the way, let me, excuse me, hold on, bye. You finish, bye. I beg you, when you can take so hit, you finish. That's okay. I guarantee you, Jacob Jala will not be there as well, you know, but the people cheering them will go there. Okay. But you see, Josiah Joker, before we come to you, he's not Gissy man or Jefferson Chelsea. He's better. I think from that era. He's not Gissy. No, better. You can find that. Okay, you can find that in Bapolu and Palo too. But you know, I just need to correct you. He's not Gissy. Yeah, but let me. Okay, I agree with that one. But let move on, right? This is what Josiah Joker said when he was being lauded about it. Let's listen to the clip.
Civil Service Agency requests the Monrovia City Corporation to immediately relieve 9 employees who have consistently engaged in dangerous and destructive social media campaigns against public officials, particularly targeting the president of Liberia.
You know, yeah. Dr. George, you cannot have your cake and eat it too. You just can't. It's, you know, let me tell you something. And people will get very with me because I'm going to say this. Certain people just got to go all of this government. Certain people just got to leave. Their overzealousness have destroyed and continue to cripple this government. When you have a commissioner and somebody to get position to, and he will come and cause a Senator Ma, that Nigerian Ecomo guy called Onininga, to cause Edwin Snow Ma, and you allow him to still be in government. That's below the belt. That's not President Baka. That shouldn't be Jeremiah Kuhn. Nobody's saying you to cause somebody Ma, and you say it's good fight in government. That person got to go. We have Josiah Joker talking about the code of conduct, but yeah, he's the one breaking the code of conduct. Josiah Joker got to go. He got to go. No, listen, he's not the only 1 in 6 million individual that can run CSA or run tourism. You bring an Ecoman Nigerian man to run our tourism. What the men do about Liberia tourism? And you gain almost $6 million budget. And he causing Senator Ma honor a decent Joseph Yema Bwaka government. That's a problem. So the people got to just open your eye and just let some people go. You have tried them, you are giving them some time, they ate already, let them go. Let them go. Someday you got to cut friendship. You got to let them go. Let them be friends from a distance, let them go. These guys say they are useless. They bring one person in government, but they won't cause him. These guys say, you know that they were in America saying they can't go to Liberia because the job cannot permit them. Election over now, you see all of them there. Now the UN job can permit them. The NGO job, the EU job that they were hanging on to, that it wasn't in people water, but that they wanted causing people mind, think that they can defend Joseph Baka. You cannot defend the old man by causing people. We have the Nigerian man causing Edwin Snow Ma, causing another woman, Nigerian Economic guy, that in the government causing somebody. Then Josiah Joker says it's okay that he can break the code of conduct or see. He said he's the HR head for the government. Then you tell that the senator, then the senator come together and say, we can't do business with you, Mr. President. Everything you pass will block it. Then let's see what Mr. President will say. Just because Josiah Joker alone. You better go tell him to apologize and beg. Even when he begged, suspend him. This nonsense, it got to stop. It got to stop. It got to stop. It's just wrong. But you know what? Overzealous Unity Party people will say, let the puppet leave it. Okay. Everything President Barker will leave, it get a way to the end. There's a way similar unto a man. You know what the Bible says? Let us say, Reverend, here. The end thereof is a way of death. You continue. Let me bring in Tamba Aguilas and Honorable Gray and Jacob Jada. We got to go, folks. 2 more minutes left.
Okay, thank you, CEO. It's been a good show. I think the drug issue in Liberia, the illicit drug issue that we are dealing with should interest every citizen of Liberia. And we support this government in their fight against the cartel and against eradicating, if they cannot eradicate, but reducing the flow of illicit drug and cocaine in our society. If someone say that this government has done nothing, I think Jeff said that, and I absolutely do disagree with you. If we just look at the track record, we may not be where we are today, what we want to be. But if we look at the track record in the last 3 years, I can give you a couple of examples. The original Japan, a known drug dealer, drug kingpin in Liberia, during the CDC regime, was arrested, indicted, prosecuted, and is today sentenced and serving his jail time. It's on the record. One Rita, a known Kush dealer, a member of the CDC, who protested openly in Liberia for Kush, we want Kush, was arrested with drugs, illicit drugs, indicted, prosecuted, and is in jail today, serving her sentence. We have dozens of cases and hundreds of arrests and people who are within trial. We can fault this government, and I do agree with the CEO when he said Joseph Boakai need to peel his eyes and really take some drastic action. I agree with that. I'm also proposing what I'm calling a drug task force or drugs buster, so that they can be the task force within the Makona or Monroe Union that can actually lead a fight against illicit drugs and try to dismantle these cartels. That would take us somewhere. And that's my position on the illicit drugs issue. Let me just speak briefly about Jokai. Stanton, I have about 20 plus years of experience in the international development sector. When a head of a department breaks or violates a code of conduct, that head of department most of the time is relieved of their position. Now, it is not my role here to say Joseph Jokai should be removed or terminated, but he cannot win a fight against the Senate. If the Senate makes a decision tomorrow and votes no confidence against him, I think the president will remove him. So I will agree that he either apologize and find a way to smooth this over, but he made a mistake. As a head of this, the civil service agency, he should be the one enforcing the rules, not the other way around. And then finally tonight, on the protest and the arrest of Fode Masakwe. I've followed Fode Masakwe online. We are connected on Facebook, and I've seen his posts, his blogs. When you make an outrageous statement sometimes without facts to back it up, that's what happened to Fode. But the tragedy here is Fode, as a militant of the CDC or COP CDC, whatever they call themselves, to be arrested, to spend 2 nights in jail, and none of his party leaders show concern. As Senator Magay said on the phone, he's not aware of it. It showed the lack of discipline, organization, and even carelessness about these young people who follow these politicians for no gain. They use them during election time, during campaigning time, and after they get power, they drop them by the wayside. And this should be a good lesson for the young people who are out there day in, day out, advocating for politicians, political parties who don't care about you and your welfare. And I hope
you care about him now, condemn the government.
Don't interrupt now, Jacob. Don't interrupt.
No, that's being.
Your time finish now. That's in the mental finish, ba.
You really have
That's in the mental finish.
So this is a lesson for young people.
That's it.
No,
the mental finish, ba.
They see where rescue use you.
I want to use you to the get your job.
Let me finish, man. Give me 10 seconds.
Yeah. So let's
finish. The man go on what 2 minutes.
This guy just every 3 months. You not let me speak, Jacob. Jacob, you see the problem? You don't like the truth, and I hate you very hard. I don't put up partisan hat when I speak. I speak because I care about Liberia, so I talk about the facts.
Right?
So look, it's always a pleasure. The young people be wary of just getting behind these politicians, these fly by night politicians who don't care about you. And I hope fully can get. I hope fully can postpone tomorrow.
Is a bigger fly by night politician.
I think it's been a good show.
You gotta disrupt me, man.
Mr. Kola, let me say my own here before you close.
Oh, you are okay. So yeah. So
one thing I would just go ahead and piggyback to what Tamba said. There are many individuals who work for the UP government who come to power. One of those is Mike Jabate, who was taken out of his position, and Mike struggled for this government. We saw him all in the trenches. Today, Mike is without a job. Okay, maybe they eliminated his position, but find something for him. Unlike some of us who live in the United States, where I can call any department here with my education, I can get a job. I got a lot of things to do that I do as a private employer. So I'm not worried about me, but I worry about these kinds of people that Tamba was talking about. Mike Jabate is one person. Please, please, please absorb that man. That man got no way to survive. He wants to live too. He has the right to live. And put him back in a position where we survive. That's how Liberia politics go. Reward in politics is not in heaven. That's my closing there, my brother.
For once, I agree with you, Remy Gray. I agree with you on that.
Thank you.
I know Leslie got to go home, so I'll be sure to I beg you. Tomorrow I think we'll go into the other issue, the protest and all that thing. I'll leave that for tomorrow. We'll talk about it. But I mean, the point I wanted to make, particularly, still don't say, I run away from the drugs. I've been speaking of the drug issue from day one. But for me, I told Isaac that I've lost hope. I think the drug issue is not going to go anywhere. Like Senator Maggie said, if the Americans need to come here and grapple with drugs, I think that's what they should do. So I have no hope that we're going to have any kind of probe or serious people who are involved in the drug are going to be arrested and prosecuted. I hope Senator is gone, but that was the point I actually remember. Anyway, tomorrow we'll be here again to join the discussion. Thank you, Nelson.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Jacob. Thanks, Conor Gray. And I want to say thanks to everyone for being here tonight. It's been a good show. Till come back tomorrow, I want to say have a good night and bye for now to everyone.
Yes,